Ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vince Pointed. I'm serving as the chairman of the Tarrant Appraisal District's Board of Directors. I'm calling this meeting to order at 8 a.m. We have quite the long agenda, so we're going to try and move as quickly as possible. I do want to note that we have posted meeting notice as required, and we have a quorum present that Rich Diott, Board Member Rich Diott, and Board Member Wendy Burgess will be here today. And so just to note that as well. We're going to start with our pledges. If y'all all rise, our Chief Appraiser, Joe Don Bobbitt, will lead us. By the way, who is a military man, and we honor him for that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor to the one day under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. And we're going to have come to the podium Ms. Caroline Poe. She's a Minister of Discipline at University of Baptist Church. Discipleship, not discipline. Well, maybe it's discipleship, University of Baptist Church of Fort Worth, to provide our invocation this morning. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you for letting me come. Let's pray together. Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for another day to be about your business. We've already been blessed by the glory of nature, reminders of your sovereignty and your care. And Father, your word reminds us to meditate on your wonderful works. Help us to do so throughout the day, Father. It's with boldness I come. I'm amazed by how much wisdom's already in this room, Father, to see faces and to watch interactions and to just know that you're in the midst of each one of those. Father, I just pray your wisdom. Father, I pray your peace. And Father, I pray your insight, Father. Your word, it says that it will provide if we ask. And Father, that's exactly what we're doing, Father. We're asking for abundantly more than we could ask or imagine of all those things that come straight from you. And Father, I want to ask even more. I want to ask that for each home that's represented here, for each family that's represented, Father, that you would just cover them with your goodness, Father, that you would protect their hearts and their minds, reminding them that they're created by the Most High God. Father, I pray that you would remind each person here that in the midst of knowing every thought and action you've chosen today to call them beloved children. And Father, I just pray that you would interfere with any plan that might come against them, against those that they love. Father, just prove yourself to be the great Emmanuel, Father, that you are with us in all things. And it's with humbleness that we ask this. And it's in unity. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And if I could, I'm going to add to that. Dear Heavenly Father, we just, again, thank you for being here with us today, as you always are. Let us work in a way that would honor you. And Lord, I ask your hand and your spirit to be upon Wendy Burgess as she is ill today, that you bring quick healing to her and complete, and you bring our friend and fellow board member back to our next meeting. In Christ's name we pray. Amen. All right. Let's see here. All right, we have a record. No, not a record. More than normal. We got 4 speakers this morning. So we're going to do the public hearing speakers. We are allowing 5 minutes per speaker. And as you start, if you'll note, there's a note on the podium with a couple of questions we want you to answer, which is basically, where do you live, etc. So if you be sure and do that, stick to the agenda item that you've noted or a item that's related to this board. And always keep in mind that you're speaking to the board of directors, not a speech to the public or anything like that. All right. So we're going to start with the duo, J.J. Wells and Pete Slaughter. If I'm pronouncing that correctly? Slaughter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry about that.
Morning, everybody. My name is J.J. Wells. I'm an attorney with Linebarger. I'm the Director of Analytics and Homestead Services. Excuse me, Austin.
Could we get the volume turned up? Or turn your voice up.
Here, I'll turn it.
Thank you.
It is on.
Is that a little bit better?
Oh, my goodness.
Very good.
You should be on the radio.
Hope this doesn't kind of gets my time here. As I mentioned, my name is JJ Wells. I am an attorney. I'm the Director of Analytics and Discovery Services at Linebarger. I'm joined here today by Barbara Williams, who is our Managing Partner here at the Fort Worth office. And I'm also joined by Pete Slover, who's been involved in our homestead exemption audit review services for a number of years.
So this is, are you referring to 7G?
I am.
Why
Yes,
don't you give
sir.
us a second? Well, go ahead.
I'm happy to give you some time to
Yeah, go
look at
ahead.
that item. We are here because our firm is being considered for one of the homestead review vendors that's under consideration today on item 7G. And we just wanted to take the opportunity to make a few key points to the board as they consider their options for this service. Specifically, in this circumstance, our firm is the only option that's going to be a full service turnkey option for the board and for the staff here. And what that means is we'll do all the heavy lifting and we take on the burden to minimize the workload on your staff. You know, it's true that as you consider the options before you, they represent different levels of service. And it's important to consider not just the pricing level, but some of the hidden or kind of opportunity costs that go along with that are part of the consideration and the math that go along with that. And for a little bit more information, I'm going to actually turn it over to Pete and Mr. Slover here to talk about that.
Thank you, JJ. Mr. Chair, board members, Mr. Chief Appraiser, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As JJ noted, we encourage potential clients and taxing units both to consider the hidden costs that can come with one method or another. As such, as though one proposal may appear to be the cheapest on its face, we encourage the district to fully examine and provide to the board the costs that will be borne by the appraisal district under each option, including those hidden costs. Based on the law and on our conversations with the comptroller's office, we're confident that the measures you have currently in place to address the requirements of Senate Bill 1801 will be adequately met for this year. And as such, that there's not really a huge time pressure to make a decision about the contract that you're considering. We recognize that it's a major expenditure. We also recognize that year by year, the legislature imposes more demands on appraisal districts without necessarily providing the resources needed to meet them. And that only kind of raises the imperative to really look at the costs carefully, including the hidden costs. We don't necessarily consider this an unfunded mandate purely because it's one where the returns to the taxing units under whatever method can offset those costs, and we hope you will consider that as well. But we do encourage the board to obtain the actual cost information we've described here, that is the facial cost as well as the intangible cost of things like staff time, mailings, things that may be included in one proposal but not the other. So we recognize that, as I said, that appraisal districts are being told to do more and more with limited resources, and that's likely to continue. As such, I think that we would encourage you to take the time to do this kind of comparison to make a true apples to apples cost comparison. JJ, did you have anything else?
Thank you, Pete. As Pete noted, I think it's worth considering the options and the scope of the services that they represent. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and we welcome any questions that the board may have as you consider the options before you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your
Thank you
time.
very much.
Mr. Bennett.
Daniel Bennett, Dwight Sullivan. I'll be speaking to 7A, B, D, E, and G. First off, I'm really excited about this agenda. It's like a Christmas list for me. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm loving it. Let's start at the top. This is my pet peeve. I don't like using the term director. I think it confuses the public. I know it's ubiquitous, but in the property tax code, please tell me where you got a director at the head of commercial, director, head of residential. You guys are directors. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I know it goes nowhere. All right, let's continue. The late payment penalty and interest from the city of Fort Worth. I want to know where it is on the budget, whether it's been paid or not. I mean, you had a rendition penalty payment. I think it was like $300,000. I didn't write the number down. But this payment should be annotated someplace if they made the payment. And if they made the payment, I want to see it go to the retirement account. I think we're 92% funded, if I remember my kind of totals. I would love to see that $140,000, what, $122,000, I believe, go into that. And I want to thank Mr. Lasada. During the meeting, he brought up the fact, a well-known fact, that you guys did have a building maintenance fund of $350,000, and he brought it up. I know it was there. I mean, it's not my first rodeo, and I'm glad to see it actually on your documentation. Now I want to talk about how we came about with Brown, Hill, and Atillo. Way back in the Wayback Machine here, Mr. Puente. When Timwell Weaver gave Mr. Law a bad review on the augmented rollout, they were our auditors. Well, after that bad report came out, he didn't get what he wanted. The very next, in 2018, he put an RFP out. We got Brown. We've had Brown since. They were $1,000 apart in their bids, and they've been doing our books forever. But that's the way the game goes with Mr. Law. Nepotism rules. I know there's quite a few people here that are related. I think that should be divulged to the chief appraiser. For instance, Eric and Will Watkins were cousins. Will, before he left, I think 3 years ago, worked in commercial. And of course, you know where Eric is. He's going to be introduced today. So all those relationships need to be divulged to you, even though they're grandfathered. I got a list of them, if you like, but I think the employees should be self-actuating and let you know. Of course, the most egregious ones when David Law was head of commercial and Jeff Law was chief appraiser. Imagine going to your underling and saying, I fought for your raise, but I didn't get it. Please. Okay. We'll talk about contracts over 50,000. Biz Consultants was given a contract by this very board, not these players, of $96,000 in January of 2022 to chase Kurt Myers, because Kurt Myers left. He told the board he was going to leave, and they didn't put any RFPs out. Law said, man, we got to have this guy or we're going off the cliff. And so they all just gave him $96,000. And in July of that year, he quit Biz Consultants. He's working at Dallas Appraisal District. And he also took a key employee with him. Let's continue. Homestead review. Miss Wildman, to this day, Barbara Williams is stuck in my head. I know she's here today, but she kept I know Barbara Williams online. She wants to speak. She didn't get to speak because she wanted to break the rules that she set for the public and allow special privileges for other people. Well, it didn't happen, but I still remember like I was sitting in this room. Let's see. I want to know if we're fully staffed. When you came on board at 212 employees, Mr. Bob, I'd like to know there's 212 employees here. I'd like to know what the count was the day of February 1st. I just like to know. See, that's it. See if I forgot anything. I still got 36 seconds. Surely there's something missing. Oh yeah, the homestead review was tabled indefinitely. You needed to, I know tabling is a procedure you do within a meeting. This really was, I don't think was the correct language, but it needs to be brought back off the table to consider this item. Because right now it's been permanently tabled by the prior boards. So if you guys start talking about it without making that motion, I'm going to yell point of order. Thank you.
Actually, sir, I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that, I'm sorry, now it's hard, got a lot of items there. $96,000 about somebody doing.
Biz Consultants is their Irving company, Biz Consultants. Kurt Myers was a employee that was hired, $120,000 without any.
So my question is,
Yes.
what is the action you're asking for?
This is history
Okay.
of the fact that you guys got a policy and this board violated its own policies. And I could do nothing. Mr. Diak could do nothing. Right. It's not this board. It's 2022.
Thank you very
January.
much. I appreciate the clarity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Puente, a moment of privilege.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to inform related to the late payment by the city of Fort Worth. When the city of Fort Worth became aware, they committed to paying that and it has been paid.
It has been paid.
Yes. Yes.
Well, good, we can discuss about putting it into the pension fund today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. I got so excited, I got papers mixed up here. Okay, number 3, Mr. George Dotson.
Good morning, board members. I'm happy to be here today, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss some very important issues that I've observed about security.
Mr. Dotson, would you mind going through, I know you've been here many times, but the questions are on the podium.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, George Dodson, live in Colleyville, and focused on item 7B, I believe. But my comments are really focused on mostly about the IT. I've been warning TAD, of course, many years about accurate attested backups are critical for operation. I hope that those worked and that everything is back on board now. I see that you'll be focusing on additional security systems, security audits, and so forth to try to stop ransomware infection. I hope that you make contact with other government security experts, other government commercial companies that deal with security, because security is a extremely complex area. It's not my specialty, but I've worked with many people who specialize that, and it's so critical that it be integrated with everything that you do here. Also hope the organizations that you are using, consultants, are some of the best in the country, because our enemies are so intelligent, and we need to have the best advice possible to stop these bad operators. Also wonder if there's a lot more security than just installing software or hardware to solve these issues. I came across a security article this week from the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, and they tell us that ransomware is up at least 75% in this last year. So over the last 5 to 10 years, it's exploded in an exponential way. Those of us in information systems know the ways to attack systems have grown as the complexity of systems increase. The focus on security must be built into systems and processes and procedures. And of course, the staff must be trained to closely follow those procedures. I've contacted some nationally recognized security experts to gather more information, and I'll be happy to make the information that I dig into available to the staff. I hope future websites will be truly tested, not only for function, but also for security. And I mentioned before stress testing. Stress testing really, where what you end up doing is driving more activity to the system than you expect, and see what happens. And it's not unusual in those situations for systems to break down. Also hope there are steps underway to determine better ways to manage systems here. I hope there's consideration for things like outsourcing either specific parts of IT or in some cases, an application or an environment. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't have experts on staff. You need those for oversight, but when it gets down to some of the detail areas, you need specialized individuals with long experience to be able to deal with those. Again, I realize TAD is in a very difficult environment now to get operations back into production. I don't want to interfere in any way, but I thank you for listening, and I thank you for the opportunity to provide some information directly to Mr. Bobbitt. He and I have had some multiple discussions dealing with things that are going on, and I appreciate that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dodson, appreciate you. I got concerned. I didn't see the fourth one here, but it showed up, and it's Chandler Roush. Well, the meeting wouldn't be the same without Chandler. Again, if you would review the 4 items or the several items on the.
You got it. I appreciate your concern. I very much appreciate the opportunity to address the board. And my name is Chandler Crouch. I live in Fort Worth. And on my agenda item there, I would have loved to just talk to everybody in the room on the way up. And I almost didn't get the paper in time, so I didn't get a chance to write the agenda items down I'm going to be speaking on. So I put to be announced. I think that 7G and 6B covers it all, as well as some kind of general topics. And here we go. So first of all, I just have to say this. Yesterday, I saw. I don't pay attention to the weather. It just happens. It's one of those things I can't control. I work indoors in safe environments, so I don't get concerned about it. But somebody sent me a video of this horrific tornado that was just the most terrifying thing that I've seen in a long, long time. And it was just evidence of the power of God and our Creator, or forces that are larger than us that we are subject to, that we can't understand. I don't get it. And then this morning driving in, the most beautiful sunrise, and that those two amazing things can come out of the same sky just is astonishing to me. And I think that so many people can take so many different things away from that. Certainly there's people waking up today with a different environment because of the weather. And I don't know, just turning to God. The fact that we start our meetings with prayer is acknowledging that we should live in the context of.
I appreciate.
Yep, I got it. I'll get right to it. So anyway, I meant that to be 20 seconds. Yeah. Here we go. I've just, that's what's really on my mind. But here's what I want to talk about in the Chief Appraiser's report. He's going to talk about some of the public meetings he's been to. I just want to acknowledge the efforts that Mr. Bobbitt has made to make the rounds, cross paths with him at a meeting at Elisa Simmons' place. I just want to hats off to all the effort you're putting out there, the meetings you've had with agents, and then with the taxing entities, and then making that available on the website. I got to see that meeting. I thought it was great. I want you to get credit for all those meetings beyond just what's going to happen in this room. So I'd love to see those advertised a little bit more, but man, that's just awesome. I think the public needs that, and it's a breath of fresh air. In the taxing entity meeting, you mentioned the Tidwell Weaver report. He was like, hey, we've got that as kind of a, an accountability tool or a way to set a course for goals and that sort of thing. And I just know that some of us that have been here for a long time and have looked at that Tidwell Weaver report and said, look, there's a lot of truth right there in front of you. I love that you're just, the approach you're taking on that. I just want you to get credit for it. So I appreciate that. In the litigation expense, we are doing really well, apparently. I'm largely unaware of this stuff, so I really appreciate the report. We're fourth on the list. Dallas is number one at $268 a pop. My question, high five for doing well. But I'm just wondering, can we get any secrets from Dallas? Are they going to share? That's one thing I want to know. Litigation, thank you for extending the deadline to the 24th. I just wanted to repeat that. Protest deadline's 24th. Because of some website issues. I just appreciate your response on that. I know that you got saddled with that unexpectedly, and just the way you respond to adversity means the world. I'm going to talk about the homestead exemption thing. I could take up probably 10 minutes on this alone if I wasn't talking about God and clouds so much. But the homestead exemption thing, so much to say. Here's the deal. These guys are expensive. Whoever you hire, it's going to be expensive. In my terms, this is an opportunity for a windfall for the taxing entities. I feel like more needs to be said on this. I'm going to have time for. I just want to say the main point I want to get across is I would love to see consideration given for those that might be in financial hardship that aren't aware that there's a error on their exemptions, and then they're going to get slapped with a bill that's going to create a windfall for these taxing entities and put some people in a real bad place. I understand some people knowingly, nefariously take advantage of their exemption system, but that's not everybody. Sometimes those exemption errors are because of appraisal district issues, and sometimes it's just unintentional. Spouse passes away, things happen. So I just want to see efforts given to that, and I have chewed up all my time there. So appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I do want to make a comment on your last one, and again, I don't know this is a fact, but as I understand it, the legislation determines what we do with those, whether they meant to or not, carry over an exemption that they weren't qualified for. And as I understand it, we have to backfill them. Now, whether or not we can do payments or something like that, that would be another issue. But I think this board's already, in casualness, not as a board, but individually, we're all concerned about this new responsibility and what we've got to do. So we're going to look deep into it. So thank you for bringing it up.
Yep, thank you.
All right, that concludes our public speakers. Next on our list is a report by taxpayer liaison officer. Yeah, and by the way, I moved you up on the agenda.
I appreciate that very much.
Introduce yourself, et cetera.
Okay. For the first of the year, we have, year total for 2023 was a total of 68 issues or complaints, or sometimes somebody throws a compliment in there, you know. But for 2024, this is, the second column is work we have January through April. And as you can see, it was 30, which is not too bad, but it's going to ramp up once they get into the heavy ARB protest. And I think that's going to roll those numbers up some. We have 3 new appointments and 1 resignation for those 4 months. So we now have a total of 58 ARB members. I do have 4 applications at home that I'm going to look at today, so we may maybe get to the 60 with those.
Can you repeat the number?
We have 58 members. You go.
And for clarity, the target staffing level, you said 60.
That's been that way for a long time. I don't know if we, I mean, you can make it more if you need to. And Ms. Sharp would be able to give you that information.
So pretty close to. Okay.
Which,
Mr. Bob, I see where we're at it. By resolution, we have up to 85. That's what I thought. It's not 60.
I think what she's saying, that's what they budgeted for, or that's what they had targeted. I think she's saying by resolution.
Well, it's authorized up to 85.
Right. And by the way, we are in the tab called liaison report. So that's what you're referring. Again, for the public's sake, could you say what your name is?
Shirley Jacobson.
Thank you, Shirley.
Were you going to talk about the TLO position? Somebody told me that you wanted to
Why don't
talk.
you go ahead with the report?
Okay. All
Or did you
right.
finish? Or are you done?
I'm done. Thank you.
So, yeah, I do have, it's not that I'm talking, but you can stay there or not, but, so the taxpayer liaison is something that came up in January. I think, you know, most of us are new on the board. And so, you know, got presented, et cetera. And so I want to remind us that overall, we have the responsibility of contracting this person. Then along with that, the TLO is advising the ARB. And to bring that up as well, due to the 2023 legislation, we now have, starting July 1st, this board of directors has the responsibility to select the ARB board members. In the past, it's been done by a district judge. For the size of the county we are, the law has changed it. Now, this board has that responsibility, and so that's coming upon us. With that, we also select, which I think is a little bit crazy, but that's what it is, the president and the secretary. They're 2 officers for their organization. The TLO, as I understand it, helps in recruiting and finding the people for the board.
Absolutely. I look at the applications, make sure that they're filled out correctly, make sure that they would be able to serve all the time when they were needed. And the biggest thing is they just fill it out correctly, and then I send it to Nancy. But ARB chairman. And right now I have 4 that I got yesterday, and Nancy's gonna give me some to take home and look at too.
I understand the staff runs Indeed ads or ads in order to try to solicit people for that board. But ultimately, the final decision will come before this board as to who serves on that. So with that, in light of this new responsibility and the importance of it, how it's tied to the TLO as well, I want to initiate a committee, an ARB committee. And according to our bylaws or according to our manual, I need y'all's input on that. So I'm seeking, and you can go ahead and sit down, Matt, but I'm seeking y'all's input on the subject about a ARB committee.
I have a question for currently, how are the ARB members vetted?
Well, they get a lot of training.
Okay,
Yeah, vetted to be,
how are they screened to make sure they're paying their taxes for one?
Oh, absolutely. I check that.
Okay, so
That, they paid their taxes, they've never been delinquent. They've lived in Tarrant County for 2 years. And there's a lot of things that I make sure that I go down the application and get it. And a lot of times people will just not check something. So I call them on the phone and talk to them and get it up or not.
that's one of the things I think if you create a committee, you need to document how that process works.
and then basically, it's outlined what people are responsible. They're the vet and present to us. Yes, okay, I appreciate that.
It used to be the board's duty several years ago before the law was changed. So we probably still have some old procedures and stuff that we can pull back out.
I'll be on your committee because I'm good at doing that.
Some comments about the committee, you ready to have that discussion? Support. Yes.
Yeah. You got a question for her? Do you have any further comments?
I don't,
Okay, so let's talk about the committee.
thank you.
Thank you.
So I like the idea of the committee. My assumption is to be an advisory role
Sorry.
to,
I
I'm sorry.
want to make sure we're taking that.
So I like the idea of the committee. My understanding is it would be in an advisory role to the board. What I would really like to understand is the scope of the activity specifically that they're going to be looking at and what the opportunity is for community engagement in that board so that we get a broad view of the issue.
Tell me on the community engagement.
That the board encompasses a cross-section of our community and not just specific people that are engaged directly inside the organization.
On the committee.
Yes.
An opportunity.
All right.
That can be members of the public, members appointed by taxing entities, others that are concerned. Is what I would like to see is just a broad spectrum of participation.
Okay.
I actually have 2 questions about that, Mr. Blaylock. One, well, there's 2 elements that I see. The committee itself, as it were to be formed, and the composition of that committee, which I think the new tax code requires 2 of the 3 elected at-large positions to be on it. That's one.
No, they have to be on the committee. They have to vote for the ARB.
I'm sorry, they have to vote.
Yeah, there's
So
no.
that's got to be the cross section at the vote. That,
Right.
I'm sorry, I want to separate the 2.
Yeah.
And then the second one is the ARB members themselves. And I don't want to be negative with this statement, but I think traditionally the ARB has had difficulty in filling its ranks anyway. I don't know, never did find out when I was on the ARB, how the administrative judges made their selections. There were a lot of rumors about it, but that was one of the things I think maybe the committee ought to be looking at its sort of guidelines as to what we're looking for the ARB members. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And I'll just comment, obviously, it's a committee that will be formed by our chairperson, and he has the decision on who actually serves.
Okay.
Amongst the various groups that are able to participate.
Okay. I have a question not related to that topic, but when you get off this one, about that.
Okay. All right, any other comment on ARB committee? All right, then you have a question?
Yeah, and I'm not sure where it goes. I think it should go
I'm gonna look at Matthew.
Wait to hear the question.
well, I think it's related to the ARB. I mean, not related, I know it is. And my question is that we were presented with this resolution, and I don't know if there's somebody here representing the ARB or not. Is there?
I'm sorry.
Is there somebody here representing the Tarrant Appraisal Review Board?
I am. I'm Nancy Shaw.
Okay, here's my question related that we just were handed this as an information item. And I see 8 pages of do's and don'ts. Who gets this, number one? And I'm hoping this is not handed over to a taxpayer and say, here are the do's and don'ts, because there's no way any taxpayer could respond to all of these and be in order as they come in for a hearing, just because of its length. And then my second question is this intended to exclude people?
It's, majority of it is the model hearing procedure adopted by the comptroller's office.
Right.
And so we cannot take away from what they have written. We can only add to for local policies and procedures the ARB adopts. And so it starts off a huge document to begin with. And so we have to send it to, along with the protest notification, notice of hearing. So we have to send the document to people.
This goes, if I file a complaint or
A protest.
a protest, whatever it is, whether it's a market or unequal, I will get a copy of all these rules and regs.
Yes, sir.
When did that get put in place?
I think it was not this last legislative session, like 88, but it was in the 87. Okay. The state, they did 2 things with it. They said you had to send it to everybody, and then your local ARB used to have some real discretion with what they did with the local hearing procedures. Your ARB could come up with policies and procedures that work well in their county, and the state changed it to now anything that you put in your ARB hearing procedures that contradicts or is different to something that is in the state's model procedures ends up not only doesn't count, but the state actually audits those. You have to send them to the state every year so that they can make sure that they comply. And then if you don't, that ends up becoming a taxation. So it's kind of an unfortunate thing that the legislature did. They took the power away from the local ARBs to really set their own hearing procedures. And it's now the controller's office, the Property Tax Assistance Division, which publishes it, and then the local boards have to approve it. And if they want to add something to it that isn't in any way different from what's in there, they do. So the ARB's hands are really tied.
So my last question then is to you, Mr. Tepper. If this board were so inclined, I'm not sure it is or isn't, to say that we disagree with this or we think it's ridiculous or whatever, could we put it on an agenda? Submit a motion? If it gets approved, then submit it to the state and say, this is cumbersome, it's onerous, it's not fair to the taxpayer. Not that I don't know if we'll go anywhere, but my point is that appropriate?
I mean, typically an appraisal district board shouldn't be involved in that kind of sort of political, I'll use the term lobbying, for lack of a better word. But I think if the board really wanted to put out at least a policy statement or something that said, You didn't really, you thought that the model hearing procedures were too cumbersome. I think you could do that. I think the main thing you gotta remember is that the legislature has tried very hard to separate this board from the appraisal review board, because the appraisal review board should be the ones deciding whether the appraisal district is valuing properties correctly. So they want that to be a separate and independent body. But I think if the board wanted to make a policy statement like that, saying that they disagree with it, I think that would be.
Well, Mr. Chairman, based on that, can't do anything today, but I would like to see if we can put that on a future agenda. If we can't and the board doesn't want to do it, I'm not going to be contrary with the board, but I want to go on record today of saying this is ridiculous. And I feel for the taxpayer, I feel for the ARB, all parties involved. It's a ridiculous thing to replace. So that's just my opinion. I would like to see it come up in another meeting for discussion to see what this board would be inclined to do. It wants to take no action, I understand.
Okay. Would you email both Joe and myself? Just
I know I shouldn't have opened my
mouth. But that way I won't forget.
Yeah.
Okay, certainly look at putting it on the agenda. Okay. Anything else on that subject? We're going to go to the report by the chief appraiser.
I believe we're going to start with Eric Watkins, who's the director of residential. Discuss his department and their goals.
Hello. I usually don't need one of these. I talk real loud, but my name's Eric Watkins. Pardon me. I've met the majority of you, but I am the director of residential appraisal. I've worked at the appraisal district here at TAD for 20 years. I've been the director for a year and a half, and basically we have 47 employees. Our employees, for that 47, we value 650,000 accounts, which is worth approximately $235 billion of value for the taxing entities.
How many accounts?
650,000 approximately.
I'm not going to audit this.
Well, you can if you want, but I'll get it back to you. So we also inspect about 25,000 properties per year. That is like we work with the cities in conjunction. They tell us what permits were taken out, and we go inspect those permits to see if there's any additional new construction, additional value added, and then also all the new homes that are built in the county. And we also review approximately 20,000 sales a year. So that's our discovery phase that we do. And then as of now, we're in our resolution phase, going to the ARB phase, which y'all were just discussing. Already we've resolved 15,000 accounts with agents, our online accounts, which we worked. I know that we had some things go on with our website and everything, but our IS department got on it, and we've already resolved 10,000 accounts online. I mean, in 2 weeks. So it's pretty impressive what they did. And we helped them out a little bit, but they really did most of the legwork. We've done 3,500 resolutions at the counter with people just coming in, just traffic. 1,700 on the phones. So that's kind of what we do, is we're just here to help. That's our goal, is to just be respectful and efficient, and also go by the law. So if y'all have any questions or anything.
How long have you been with that?
20 years.
20 years.
Yes, sir.
What'd you start as?
What was I? ResVal Tech. Residential Valuation Technician. Yeah, pretty much. Basically just going and measuring houses.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
I want to remind the board, back at the beginning of the year, I asked Joe Don to start bringing directors to us to educate us on who they are. and what they do, just to make us a more informed board. So thank you for doing it.
Yes, sir. If y'all have any questions or anything, feel free to email me or.
Thank you, Eric.
Yes, sir.
Preliminary estimates were released April 30th. So even with the ransomware, the system, we're able to get the systems back up timely and send out estimates. Overall, we're seeing about a 7% increase. In a couple pages, we'll get to a spreadsheet that shows historical totals and the preliminary estimates from last year to this year. That we can kind of see overall the increase. The protest and appeals, we did extend the deadline to May 24th. Normally, the state deadline is May 15th, but since we did have some website issues, we extended the deadline to just allow people an additional opportunity to file a protest online. Like Eric was saying, the value negotiation tool is a very good tool. A lot of the taxpayers really enjoy it. Enjoy might be a little bit much, but they like to use it. But we do resolve 80–90% of our protests between the value negotiation tool and people who come in and see. And so the staff is trying to be very, I would say lenient, but they're trying to be responsive to the taxpayers' complaints and issues with their homes. I had the totals as of April 30th as far as how many online negotiations resolved. So based on what Eric just said, we're now up to about 15,000 that have been resolved. So we're still running about 80% at a total number of protests submitted at this point. Below, we have a chart on litigation that William provided to me.
Before we leave that subject, Mr. Bobbitt.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for you. Have all the notices gone out, or are there still notices to be sent out?
There are still notices to be sent out, I believe. Do we still have residential? There might be a hand. Okay. There's still some small amount of residential needs to go. Some of commercial still needs to go, and then all commercial property still.
I've gotten 2 calls from members of the public that say they have not received anything on their, anything in the mail to them as it related to the property values. They went online and they saw increases, but they still haven't sent anything. And if it's, what's the ruling? Is it over 10% that you have to notify, or
over $1,000?
$1,000?
Change value.
Well, that doesn't take much.
No, sir.
So, and to confirm what they said, I'll say the same thing personally. I have rental properties. I have not received anything from the district. So I'm in a quandary. We have how many days after receipt?
30 days.
30 days, but and how do we determine receipt?
It should say on the website if it was noticed, so it should have a value. There may be some that won't have a notice date, but they will have a value. And if there's a value that's the same as last year, then the values didn't change.
Right.
So they won't get a notice.
Right.
But the ones that are pending won't have a value. So if we have not sent a notice, they won't have a value.
Right.
So if they,
Well, yet on the website, it says, here's the value compared to last year.
then I would say we probably mailed it, and the mailman might have paid it.
Well, it's interesting because those other 2 calls I received were from mayors in Tarrant County, and then my personal. So my feeling is when you have spot checks like that, it's bigger than we may think. So I would throw that out to the staff to get, I guess, for lack of a better term, to get on top of that, because it's misleading to suggest, as we do, what our number of protests are, and we still haven't notified people. So that number will be in flux.
Yes, sir.
For quite some time. Right. So I think we need to get that done.
So Gary, just to help me out here, what you're saying is you've got verification that the value has been posted on the website, but no piece of mail has come with the documentation.
Correct.
Okay. So does anybody have any idea how staff can check that?
They're mailed in huge batches. So
I'm sorry,
they're mailed in huge batches. I mean, like, so the initial run of residential was 400,000. So if it was in that original batch, I mean, they were all given to the post office at the same time. So I don't know how, there's no way to track it once it's delivered to the post office, you know, like where did
I
it go?
get that. But my point is I live in a certain part of town. These mayors are, in the county. These mayors live in a different part of the county, and they've got the same questions that I have. So I would think batching would come pretty close to zip coding and neighborhood codes and that type of thing. And if 3 different individuals from 3 different parts of the county are saying the same thing, I feel they haven't gotten that.
I have the same issue. I've gotten calls, but what I advise them to do is to call TAG and find out if they have been mailed out, because apparently there's a record of how they're mailed out. And I know that's a lot of work for TAG to have to go through, but that's the validation that I recommend to them, because I don't know what went down. And I did call Joe Don and ask him about it, and he assured me that not all had gone out at that point, but I still recommended that they call the office here and check.
I think it's a great idea. You tried to call in and tap recently.
No, I actually have only gone out here and gone to the front myself and gotten my number. And
Sure. I'm saying I have tried to call Tad personally, and all I get is routing. You know, can't get through to a human being. And I understand, believe me, this time of the year in the swamp, the year's swamped. And I get that, but all I'm saying is, I think there's a number that have been missed for whatever reason, whether it's the post office, Tad missed them, whatever. I think it's important to do a spot check like I did and find out why that's happening.
Okay.
Just a suggestion.
Yes, if you can email me the ones, we can look into it more. But also, if the website shows that the value is out there and they don't like that number, they can go ahead and protest online.
Oh, I told them that.
So I wouldn't wait. Because if it is stuck in the mail system, it is presumed delivered when we put it in the mail system.
Yeah.
30 days doesn't extend because the mailman kept it.
Yeah, on a side note, totally side note, last week I received a piece of mail and it was postmarked from something like 14 months ago, but it came in the mail that day. So, I mean, it's doing US mails. I think most of the time it's amazing how fast it's done. On the other hand, things do get lost. And we're talking about a lot of pieces of mail. I just want to, when we come up with suggestions for staff, at least give it sounds like a hard one, but I think asking for the 3 specific cases, then y'all can at least track them down and go from there.
Zip code.
Yeah. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate that.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I agree with Gary's position that we need to make sure we are getting the appropriate information to the taxpayer. And so to that end, I very much appreciate you spot checking these addresses that we are explicitly aware of to at least ensure that we did print and did mail. And then we can, do battle with the post office to see if we can improve that. But it's a little bit beyond our control. But I think it is important to know if there was an issue on our end or not.
We do recommend electronic communication is a new thing the legislature is pushing out. So we do highly recommend people do electronic communication, because then we don't have to worry about the mail lag. So when we send out notices, they get it instantaneous. So more and more will be moving to electronic communication. But granted, a certain age range is more difficult for that. So
Thank you. All right. Go on your report.
Litigation. Due to your last comment from last time, Mr. Losada, William went and pulled data on how we perform compared to other counties. And we are number 4 as far as what we expend per case. Dallas has a very interesting contract with a firm. I think they got a really good deal. But beyond that, we're pretty much in line. And so William does an excellent job trying to maintain cost. It can go really, really south really quickly. If we go to trial and go to court, expert costs go through the roof. Our attorney's fees can go through the roof if we lose the case. So there's a lot of downside and there's not a lot of win. If we win, we don't get our attorney's fees paid. It's just, we only pay for the taxpayer if we lose. So most of these get resolved, if not all. It's 99% William and his staff resolved.
Where can I find that in our
Well, it's under
staff member?
B,
B?
Yes, sir.
I looked at it last night and B,
behind B.
well, all I have in B is considering
There's probably another B before that.
another B before that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Page 2 of this.
Okay, so you're doing the double alphabet. Well, I'm not very good about it.
Well, it's 6B versus 7B.
Chairman. What was that?
To be or not to be.
Oh, my gosh. That is the question.
It helps, Matthew.
I was just gonna say, since the last meeting that we had where this topic came up, the State Bar of Texas Property Tax Committee had its annual meeting, and there was actually a panel discussion that was all about sort of how to contain and manage litigation costs. And I just wanted the board to know that at that particular discussion, Mr. Durham was a part of the panel, and had many great ideas, and a lot of things came out of that panel. This board is in very good hands with Mr. Durham, watching the litigation costs.
All right. Anything else, Gary?
No, that'll come up again in the budget.
On the next page, under training and education, we did attend a 2-day purchasing class. Myself, Brad, Brian from IT director, and our purchasing agent all attended this class. It's a 2-day class. We're trying to make sure that we're following all the legal requirements to purchase things, make sure it's done properly. So it was a very interesting class. We had a chance to ask a lot of questions. But I think it's helped. Under recovery, our value negotiation and the website's been online since April 24th. We extended the deadline to May 24th because of this. The website's being monitored for traffic and upgraded as necessary. Several bugs have been found and continue to be found, like different things. We keep finding opportunities to improve the website. And so as we kind of encounter things, then we make changes as necessary. We do have experts that we're relying on to help with this when it gets outside of our scope. But so far, we've been able to expand the scope and the amount of people that can access the website. We still do have 2 alternative sites that we're working on as far as hosts that should be more secure and be able to handle even more, exponentially more taxpayers, customers. All of our servers have pretty much been restored. We wiped all the desktops and reinstalled the operating systems. And then we're implementing a professional cybersecurity training and testing program. There's a program called KnowBe4. So now that we're hardening the hardware and software of the building, the next thing we need to do is kind of harden the staff, because staff are our biggest liability. If they get an email, they click on something without realizing it's a risk, then everything we've done physically and software-wise goes down the tubes and we burn it to the ground on accident. So we're trying to retrain the staff. That way they're aware of these things and avoid clicking things that they should not. Below that I have.
And if I could, and if I'm not asking a question that somehow risks our security, how many desktops did we wipe and how many servers did we?
There's roughly 400 desktops and laptops. Servers, there's 160 or 100 physical or not? Yes, sir. There's 100 physical servers and about 60 virtual.
Thank you.
I have a list of public speaking engagements. These are ones that where we were requested to come and speak. So we try to meet with the public when requested. We don't want to, neighborhood associations, other groups that if they have people that want to be informed, we have no problem coming and meeting with them, explaining the property tax system or how to protest or kind of whatever agenda they particularly want to talk about. So we try to make ourselves available to help explain. The property tax code is a very thick book and it's kind of onerous. So we try to make ourselves available to explain that. Public surveys. We have blue cards at the front desk where people can leave comments and kind of let us know how we're doing. We had 830 5-star blue cards, 7 that were 4 stars, 3 that 1 stars, and 188 that didn't put stars, but they left, for the most part, fairly positive comments. So overall, we get a lot of people that come in And a lot of times they're upset about the valuation, but for the most part, they leave overwhelmingly, glad that they came, or at least, they're happy with the staff, our performance. Behind that, I had a graph or a table. It has all the entities. So I have the 2023 April estimate, followed by the 2024 April estimate, and the year-over-year change. Following that, I have the 2023 certified value, using the same percent change year-over-year to determine or kind of calculate where we might end up when we certify for 2024. If everything is the same number of protests, roughly, the percent reduction is roughly the same. This kind of gives us a rough idea of where we could end up for each of the entities.
Mr. Bobbitt, could you explain, or just real quickly, give us an idea of what that percentage delta was? And is it consistent across various taxing entities?
It's different. It runs right around 6-7%. Like some entities, the city of Reno is at a 43% increase. But it went from $10 million to $14 million. So it only takes a couple properties to.
Apologies, I meant the difference between the 2023 preliminary and the 2023 certified. Is that what percentage delta do we see change based on the ARC?
That I didn't run the math on it. I thought about it after the fact that I should have had that column, but I don't.
Okay, so same subject though. King, just again, briefly state, why would the number be lower certified than what was estimated?
Additional exemptions applied, the value reductions due to the protest season. So April is usually our high spot. And then from there, it's a downward trend until we get certification. So we're typically not adding any additional value to the roll. We're just reducing value due to protest.
Okay. And then you've got the 2024 column as an estimate.
Yes, sir.
But so's the final 2024 column.
Yes, sir. We won't certify until July 25th. And so right now I'm using the year-over-year change from preliminary 23 to preliminary 24.
Okay.
To estimate if everything else stays the same, or we reduce values at a consistent rate, that this is where we could end up for the entities.
Okay. Thank you.
I believe that is all I have.
Any other questions, Chief Appraiser? Let's go to action item 7A. We have approval of the meetings of April 22nd, 2024. Is there any discussion on that issue? We have a motion. Second, Goose. Seconds. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, item B, consideration action regarding acceptance of the Tarrant Appraisal District Annual Compensation Financial Report for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2023. And so we'll start with any staff comments that y'all might have.
We do have the audit. I wasn't here during 2023, but overall, we're sitting in a good position. We have roughly $11 million in reserve. So overall, everything looks pretty good. We do have our auditor here.
And so you're saying at the end of 2023, we had 11 million.
Yes, sir.
Because we've spent a lot of that, for some of that.
Yes, sir.
Since, okay. This is important.
Because I'm amazed how young you are.
Thank you.
You know what it is? Everyone just looks younger. We're just getting older.
Yeah, that's what it is. Most people, even when I'm going out to clients, are always saying, "Are you just got out of school?" No, I think it's just shaved this morning. I think that's it, right? Yeah, right. But my name is Jacob Bowman. I'm with Patillo Brown and Hill. I'm an audit supervisor there from Waco. So I didn't know if y'all wanted to discuss further, or if I maybe have some brief notes on the audit this year.
Let's go to the brief notes.
Sounds good. So our firm was engaged to perform a financial audit on the district's books for fiscal year 2023. I've been able to help on this audit for a few years now myself, actually. It was one of my first clients a few years ago. So I'm here today to present the results of that audit, as well as the annual comprehensive financial report that should be in your packet. ACFR, we call it. The report itself, we help management draft it, and then we assess our audit opinion on whether the numbers are correct or not. So if y'all would turn with me to page 1, it's a few pages past the title page.
So you're taking this binder.
Yes, sir. And just for today's presentation, I wanted to kind of keep it somewhat high level. These reports contain a lot of different disclosures, lots of supporting note tables, statistical information. I would encourage everyone to read it when they can, particularly the management discussion and analysis section. I think that's a good summary of the fiscal year 2023. But here on page 1 is the opinion letter. Before I kind of present what we found there, I wanted to talk to you about the scope of the audit. Like, what does it entail? To what degree are we providing this opinion, or what is the basis of our opinion? So at the end of the year, after the admin team and Teresa prepare the books, they give it to us. We start looking at the numbers, and our concern is it materially correct? Is there a lack of material misstatement? And so we apply a variety of procedures to that. We kind of look high level, look at trends. We have certain expectations of what balances should be, but all the way down to transactional testing, like really in the weeds. One of our, I think, most important procedures is analyzing internal control, at least particularly internal control over financial reporting. And year after year, through thorough testing, we've noted that the district follows its adopted policies at the transactional level. So to us, in our mind, there's a reduced risk of misstatement going into the audit. So we feel more comfortable at those numbers that we're looking at. So I want to commend them on that piece. That's been the case for a while now. But then apart from that, we'll look analytically at trends. We'll, one of my favorite pieces of audit evidence is confirmation directly with outside parties. I wanted to highlight that the amount of cash on your balance sheet at year end, I think it's a hair over 16.5 million. We reach out directly to those banks. They tell us what the balance is. We compare it to what management is reporting. I'm happy to say that matched. That's about as good as it gets with audit evidence. Likewise, the revenues, the entity allocations, the biggest chunk of revenue on the income statement, 27 million. We reach out directly to those entities. They fill out a letter, they confirm it with us, and that's about as good as it gets. So balance sheet, income statement, we feel like there's a good coverage there, where we are, reasonable assurance that things are properly stated. So with that being said, all those procedures, all that time and documentation and testing we went through, I'm happy to say that for fiscal year 2023, that TAD received an unmodified or clean opinion. A clean opinion, unmodified, that's the best as it gets. It does not mean absolute assurance or perfection. That would be virtually impossible. And I'm sure Teresa and admins would get a little tired of me requesting every single transaction, but we'll provide reasonable assurance that it's following both the accounting standards, and we do so ourselves by following the governmental auditing standards. So before I make a quick note on one of the financial pieces, I wanted to see if y'all have any questions, maybe on the audit opinion, the scope of the audit, internal control, or anything like that before I move on.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So first, I think it's great that the audit is clean. That shows that we're operating according to our established policies within the organization. I want to make sure this is clear, and perhaps you can spend a moment speaking to it, that's what you audit. You don't take a look at whether our policies and procedures are necessarily the best.
Mm-hmm. Precisely, and that's sometimes a common misconception of like how deep the audit goes. To us, we look at the already adopted policies and say, are the transactions, are the processes in place following that? We can attest to that. We do so by detailed testing, but consideration the nature of the policies themselves and some of the decisions behind the scenes, we do not have an opinion on that side of things. We cannot attest to that. The main thing we're looking at is financial representation. Are the numbers y'all are showing, balance sheet, income statement, all of the disclosures in this report, are they in accordance with both accounting standards and the district's own policy? So I hope that kind of highlights the scope of what we're looking at during an audit.
Thank you.
I do. Go ahead.
Ladies first. Gilchrist.
Oh, so nice. On the significant risk considered, you listed two.
Yes.
One of them is a management override of controls. And the special audit consideration says the risk that members of management could circumvent well-designed and effective internal controls. I don't know who has those controls that would override anybody else other than Joe Donovan here. But what would be the resolution to that? How would you resolve containing those controls?
Certainly, and that's a good question. I want to preface that risk. That is a risk virtually every entity you can imagine, that collusion between management overriding the processes in place is perpetually a risk if enough people are involved. Well, I think that the district has policies in place, the review, both from initiation of the transaction through the administrative process, final review from him. Through our testing over the years, we've seen that that's apparent. And so to me, the simple version is put as many eyes on something, transaction, money going in, coming out, as many eyes as possible, as much review as you can. In our experience, a lot of bigger entities with lots and lots of moving parts, that tends to work. But the risk is always present. It is not an issue here. We've not seen any management override itself, but we just like to mention that it is a risk at all times.
So I'm excelling your same question. We're looking at this separate document here on page 2.
Yes.
So am I understanding that that's a standard statement y'all made?
Yes, sir.
It was not a statement directly associated?
Yes,
with
sir. And I would even go as far to say here, it's even less of a problem than most places. What we've seen, the risk of management override actually occurring is, in our experience, not really there, but we include it. I would want to say every single audit we present, every government risk, from the smallest, little school district to the federal government themselves, there's always that risk of processes being over.
Okay, the second item you listed was loss contingencies. And you state significant volumes of protests, appeals, and lawsuits related to property appraisals. I noted that throughout this document, the word significant is used. And to me, significant is really significant. So telling us that there's a significant volume really doesn't give me a number. Is that 10%, 40%, 50%? Loss contingencies, what is it?
I don't think I could speak to a particular percentage of at what point it would become significant all of a sudden. To us, we would say what would financially impact the district. Let's say that they have to pay a lot of attorney fees related to a case that someone won. That could affect the budget kind of out of the ordinary. So that one there is a little bit standard verbiage for appraisal districts that we audit, because that's kind of always behind the scenes as a risk. But to quantify it, I think it depends on the nature of the entity and the size of it. But I can't speak too much to a percentage of what would be considered. Maybe material, financially material in our mind. We have various calculations and ratios of what is material, what isn't. I'm guessing it would have to cross that threshold to be considered significant.
So now I kind of want to repeat, you've got the heading there, significant risk considered, then you got the 2 columns, but there's 2 sentences following that heading. The second sentence says, none of the specific risks below have resulted in a significant matter finding or issue. So you're saying, you're stating these, but they're not an issue here.
Yes, precisely.
But again, you use the word significant matter, does not result in significant matter, but then you say significant volume. And I saw that throughout this report, that the word significant is used. And to me, when I see significant, it does matter. So that's where I'm having trouble with the document, because I'm a pretty precise person and I like to see something that defines what significant is. And that's what I'm looking for.
So my recommendations for y'all, use that word less.
I see, yeah.
Does anyone else have an issue with this subject? Okay, Gary?
I just have one quick question. Your fiscal year is ending December 31, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is this Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting ending December 31, 2022.
Certainly, I'll go over that. It's actually, that award is related to last year's audit report itself. So just some behind the scene things that we do after the report gets finalized, we send it off to the Government Finance Officers Association. They review the report very in depth. I can attest to it. I've done it myself, and they make sure it's both complying with accounting standards and the financial presentation quality standards that they have. After multiple people review it, they'll issue the award. And last year, the ACFR was presented in such a way that they received the award. I believe that they've done so for the past few years as well.
Is this a lag of a year or something?
Yes, it's always 1 year behind.
Okay.
I would say especially recently, they've been a little bit behind reviewing. I think when we submit this one, it may take a bit, but that award, at most reports you'll see will always be a year behind.
Okay, thank you.
So just as a point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not letting this go. The document you provided us is more of a template.
Yes, ma'am.
Used as a standard.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you only added things that would vary from that template.
Yes, the risks themselves are almost a template for appraisal districts, the management override piece. It's for all governments. But the loss contingency piece is a one we even include in most appraisal district letters like that. If there was something that we found for significance, we would list it as, yes, we did found that, rather than just simply stating the risk is present. When I say the risk is present, that doesn't mean that, oh, it's so risky that something's bound to happen. It just is a risk, and we feel comfortable saying that at times.
Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe one additional question.
Sure.
Could you define the word significant, a term of art in this context?
Yeah, so I would consider it in our line of work material. So that's from a dollar point of view. However, there are things that y'all may consider, the board may consider significant that us in our auditor minds don't. So we have various forms in our work papers that kind of analyze the size of the entity. And if certain dollar thresholds are crossed, if some event happens that's going to cost X amount of money, or potentially cost that amount of money, or if something could potentially be misstated by a certain amount, we would consider that material. Off the top of my head right now, I don't know those numbers. I think for something to be considered significant, we would want to discuss both internally and with management to determine, is this worth putting in here? But I think it would have to be somewhat more obvious that something bad happened for us to say it's significant. But apologies if I can't provide too much more detail on the specifics of what that would be. But I think luckily it's never happened, so I've never had to put pen to paper to really discuss a significant issue that has happened. So if there's any more questions on the audit opinion, the scope of the audit, I wanted to quickly make a note on financial highlight, fund balance, and see if you'll have any further questions after that. All right. Quickly flipping over to, I believe should be page 12 on the document. And there are a variety of other statements and schedules in the report, but I know that one of the big ticket items for management, the board, citizens is fund balance at year end. And as you alluded to at the beginning of the meeting, the total fund balance, or you can kind of see it as the reserve as of December 31, was a little bit over 11 million. But we're not going to be strictly looking at that single number. For operating, how much reserve is from the operating side of things would be the unassigned piece. Because of course you'll have some commitments for software purchase, technology, building that are set aside for those specific uses. So what we've heard from GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, other appraisal districts, and other governments, is to have at least 3 months worth, or in percentage terms, 25% of a year's worth of expenditures in reserve in fund balance. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is policy of the board or the district have 25% contingency reserve? So I'm happy to say that it's a little bit under 35%, it's a hair over 34% at the moment. So from our perspective, that's above the threshold that you need to be in a good way, but not excess. So that's kind of like the healthy medium we're always looking for. And I believe that's similar to what it was last year. So happy to report that. and the health of the district. As you flip through more pages, if you'd like, I'm here to answer any questions you have, whether it's super high level. I mean, the inner accountant to me sometimes likes those debit and credit questions. That's our bread and butter, but just wanted to see if y'all have any other thoughts or questions before I leave it to the next agenda item.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
My question was related to, page 12. what we're looking at.
Yep. Yes, sir.
You said our fund balance is 11,377,298. Of course, that is after committed funds.
Yes, that's committed and unassigned combined. That's everything together.
So does that 11, I don't have my calculator, but just ballpark, that 11,377,000, are you saying that that's about 34% of our budget?
No, sir. I'm saying that the 9.8 million of unassigned, the monies that are not specifically set aside for a certain project that are kind of just there for operations, that's the main operating ratio we're looking at. We could, just to do quick math would be to take, for overall fund balance, we take that 11 million and either divide it by budgeted expenditures or actual. We use actual, but I'm assuming it would be a little bit over, exceeding 35% in that regard.
So my question directed to that is, if we were in a position where we felt we needed to purchase a new building, could it come out of those funds?
Yes. So the whole point, I think, of having that there is for those special projects, whether it's something you're planning for or if something happens. So essentially, fund balance is existing reserves. After you receive all your receivables, after you pay all your liabilities, what amount of resources are left on hand to use? Let's say there was no more money coming in for some hypothetical reason. You would have about 35% of a year's worth covered just with what was on hand.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can I piggyback on Gary's line
Yes, sir.
for just a moment? Is there a particular recommendation or standard for what the appropriate level of reserve should be for an organization like this?
Yes, 25. That's what we hear everywhere, and I think that is, in fact, what y'all have. We encourage to be a little bit above that just in case, and that's kind of what's encouraged, but the baseline that we see most places is 25%. We call it 3 months worth, same thing, but y'all are almost 35%, which is, I think, from what I've gathered.
Wait till you decide for security attack.
I'm not challenging, I'm just for the public's benefit.
Yes.
That's the question.
So with that, I wanted to see if anyone had any further questions.
Brad, do you have any comments on this?
Not anything other than we appreciate Jake and his team, my admin team. I want to give them a special shout out, especially Teresa Stewart who's here in the audience. Just the fabulous work that they do. I really, really appreciate it.
I want Teresa. You wave your hand, Teresa.
Just the reason I don't have a question.
I can't see behind the cowboy hat. Well, thank you.
I want to second his comments. I've worked with Teresa a few years now, and man, she makes it very easy on us, getting us what we need when we need it. That's the big challenge, and being a pleasure to work with. No complaints at all. I really appreciate her help and the admin team, of course, too.
Yes, I'll make the comment. There is another entity that I serve with that has achieved its first clean audit in 30 years. So really hats off to the staff to have clean audits year on year. That is impressive.
Certainly, a lot goes into it. It's not just you got a week, look at a few things. No, it's a long process, lots and lots of documents. And they're having to pull that while doing their regular job too. So that kind of attests to what it takes. I have the easy part, to be honest, in this whole situation. So I appreciate their help in preparing this and, the eventual clean opinion that the district received.
So,
well, and ransomware always, because we were able to get this done timely, even though we had a ransomware engagement. So because Teresa was proactive and made sure that everything was given that timely ahead of time, we didn't really lose anything at the time. So otherwise, we would have to postpone our hunt. So we got back up.
New rule, only one kudo. Yeah. You have any further?
I have nothing further unless y'all do.
Thank you for the reports.
Thank you very much. Hope you have a good rest of you guys.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to accept the Tarrant Appraisal District's annual compensation financial report for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2023, or any other motion related?
I move to approve.
I'll second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank y'all. Thank you again for the report. Thank you, ma'am, for your great work back there. That's your third kudo. We'll go from there. All right, item C, consider approval of a resolution to adjust limits of committed funds and/or to commit unspent and unassigned funds to existing committed funds. I'm gonna make note, we need to cut down the word committed, so. All right.
Like significant.
Yeah, I like significant.
With financial stuff, committed has a specific purpose. And so we commit the funds for specific purposes, otherwise we're required to refund the money back to the entities. And so we have these different funds that have been set up in the past. A couple of them have a cap. But also we have the unassigned contingency with a 25%, so it kind of floats based on the budget. And then we have unassigned that's sitting at basically 2.4 million. My recommendation would be that we commit that unassigned 2.4 million to something. But also with caps, with these committed funds, they're at the discretion of the board of directors, and we can't spend or do anything with them without authority of the board taking actual action. So the cap is kind of redundant because it's already your authority. So it's basically, the cap is basically a recommendation to yourselves to not increase the value. But y'all can come in and make any of these caps, y'all can rearrange them, y'all can get rid of the funds, y'all can create new funds, y'all can kind of keep these kind of to your desire. Staff can't.
So would you walk us through this chart?
Yes, sir. We have the different current fund balances. We have as of March 31st, and we have as of December 31, 2023. So as far as the audit stuff go, we look at December 31st, but because we have kind of moved some money around, there's a slight difference. Like that, prepaid items increased. And then there's a 235,000 from committed for technology that we've already moved 235,000 from into the budget. A little negative.
Okay.
So that 250,000 is basically 15,000 at this point, as of today or as of March 31st. So we have the prepaid items, and we have committed for software purchases at 853,000. Committed for building maintenance, which is 305,000, which I believe Mr. Wilson, this is kind of what you were asking about the other day. This is that money that you're talking about. And then committed for technology, which is 250,000, which is, I guess, technically now at 15. Unassigned, we're at December 31st, we're at 7.4 million, 25% of the budget. And then unassigned, we were at 2.44 million that we really need to do something with. The 3.3, we don't really need to act on yet because that can fluctuate as we go through the year.
So, Mr. Bobbitt, is it fair to say that we have $3,321,000 available if we wanted to purchase a new building?
To do whatever the board desires.
No, I understand that, but what, you know,
yes,
it's a lot different than $305,860. And that's why I'm I'm trying to make sure that as we build the budget for this next year, that we don't get in a crunch that says we don't have enough money or we need more money if we do that at all. So that's really the number to look at. Is that right?
Well, you have 11,991,000. You can use all of this for any one item.
Yeah, but you don't want to get below the contingency.
Unless it's emergency.
Yeah, as a consultants were referring to. That's why I'm leaving that 7,357,000 alone.
Yes, sir.
In my question, so that I can say comfortably in my own mind that 3,321,000 is there, because it's not assigned.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
So I gotta admit, I'm a bit confused. You use the word cap, the action you're asking us to take. I need more clarity on.
On the The next page is the resolution. And so the second paragraph, whereas after the audit 2023, excess funds is to $2,395,174. So essentially that is what we need. Y'all can determine what y'all want to do with. If you want to assign it to a specific committed fund, create a new fund, kind of whatever y'all can allocate as.
And if we don't, then just return the bids.
If we don't commit it to something that's supposed to be.
Yeah, and some of this is, we're gonna talk about in, executive session,
Yes, ma'am.
so we really can't designate it at this time.
We could wait until after executive session. That way, if y'all have an idea of what y'all want to spend the money on.
If you wanted to table this item until there were discussions on other items on the agenda and then bring it back up closer to the end of the meeting, that would certainly.
All right, so let me ask this also, as far as that goes, what's the timing issue as far as making a decision? Do we need it this meeting, or is there a timeline?
At the end of, before the end of the fiscal year, so before the end of 2023, I believe y'all made a motion or an action to keep the money that was left over. So we basically agree to commit the funds, and now we just have to determine where we're going to put those funds. And you could also still refund the money, but so we've already made the time requirement last year. But so now I don't think there's necessarily a deadline with it.
So if you all want to kick this down until a future meeting.
And I'm not asking to do that, I just want to know always want to know what our timeline would be.
Can I ask for further clarification? Is this towards next year's budget, or is this something that has to be decided independently?
I mean, obviously, it's intertwined with next year's budget because it all has to do with the money the district has. But what you were really doing is you were taking the excess money that you got, or the money that you have left over from prior years, and deciding what it is that you want to do with that.
Okay. So the follow-on question is, if we make a commitment today, and as we go through the budgetary process, the remainder of our time, we can make modifications to those commitments.
Yeah, I mean, the term committed is probably a little bit of a misnomer because it's not really committed. That's the term I think that the auditors and the accountants use for it because you earmarked it for something else. But yes, at a later date, the board came back and said, we committed it for a new building, but now, heaven forbid, we had another ransomware attack and we want to use it for technology or something like that. The board at that point in time.
Well, I move the table.
I would like to wait till
Let me get a qualification. Table this meeting or table until after the.
Finish the table, then you reintroduce it at any time, at this meeting or another meeting. It's not a permanent tabling, it's just a table from our presented document here. The staff is recommending. Is that in order?
Yeah, I mean, you can table it now, and then if somebody wants to bring it back up at a later point during the meeting.
Yeah.
You brought back up later in the meeting, and if you wanted to leave it for the rest of today, and then bring it up at the next meeting or meeting after that.
We could, I don't know if this is the right term. What word would you use if you just simply want to wait till after the executive session?
I think you would table it, but I think you would just simply, table it till you could discuss, agenda item 8 or agenda item 9.
We make a motion when we came back after executive session, which would say, and I may be incorrect on the language, but make a motion to untable this particular. Yeah, well, I don't know any other way to put it. What?
Bring it back.
Okay.
That's
a simple way to do it. Okay.
But yeah, that's the board's desire for you to table this for right now and then bring it back up and have additional discussion either at this meeting or at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, I have a motion before. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
No, none in opposition, so it is tabled until we decide to untable it. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate this, sir. Item D, possible action on proposed policy change considering nepotism rules and personnel policy.
This has been reviewed by the attorneys.
I don't know if we sent it to Matthew specifically, basically striking, a sentence that is, it would actually make it more tight than what it is right now. But the first page has the existing policy as is. On the second page, we've highlighted in yellow the changes. So in paragraph 2 of the policy, it states to prevent family or similar relationships from influencing employment, job assignment, work scheduling, performance evaluation, advancement, and other personal operation matters. We're going to add the next sentence that employees related by the first degree of blood or marriage, parent, child, or spouses shall not be employed at TAB regardless of the department or position, nor shall employees who are related within the third degree by blood or second degree by marriage be employed within the same department unless the relationship described in the subsection existed and was previously approved prior to the effective date of these policies. And then we strike the part where it's talking about it's up to the sole discretion of the chief appraiser. So essentially, we're making it where going forward, if your parent or child already works here, we won't hire anybody if their direct relative lives here.
Grandfather.
Yes, unless they're already grandfathered. So, like if somebody works here, we're not going to hire their kid. Their direct child would not be eligible to hire. Or if the child works here, we're not going to hire their parent.
In any other department, if it's totally different.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the law? What's the reason for the change? Just think it's bad policy.
Yeah, I think it's just a bad policy, just in general. I think it's brought up by the public and other people that just there's too much inter-family kind of relationships going on. We still would allow a third degree.
Give me what a third degree is.
First cousin, I believe. Second, first, or something.
It's not a black belt. Okay. Okay.
I just want to make sure we're not violating any HR rules. That's why I wanted to find out that the attorneys reviewed it. I like that it was strengthened. I really support this, but I just want to make sure we don't violate anything in the process of doing it.
We wouldn't change anything. People that currently work here, we would just not hire somebody else.
I think it's okay on an HR purpose for that exact reason. You're not going to end up taking an adverse employment action against any current employee. They're going to be grandfathered in, and moving forward, you have got a policy with a legitimate, rational reason to it as to why you're not going to hire somebody because they have a close familial relationship with somebody that's already here. So I think that is very key from an HR standpoint.
And then why are you striking the third item?
Under paragraph 4, there's a sentence that is, if it is determined by the chief appraiser and the department director, the relationship will not harm or affect the day-to-day activity of the district, employees may be allowed to remain employed. We're striking that, we're adding, if current staffing allows, one employee may be moved to another department where a conflict does not exist. So we're getting rid of the discretion of the chief appraiser and the department director. It's basically just whatever's written in the policy, it is the policy, so they can move to another department. So if two people were to get married, they can't remain in the same department. They have to move to another department.
This is after the fact kind of deal.
Yes, sir.
They can date, they just can't be married or have that kind of relationship.
But I think if, under this new policy, if we accept it, if two employees get married, they can continue to work here as long as they're not in the same.
Yes, sir.
Those departments determined by that, I think it's 7 director heads.
Believe it.
Yes, sir. But those major areas.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just a comment. I don't want to take any credit for this at all. I just want to say that what I did last night was I just looked at this language and I yellowed out what I thought should be removed. Then I went and compared it to what the staff has done. They match identically. So I want to compliment the staff for not reading my mind, but for, doing the right thing. Let's put it that way.
That's a one kudo. You don't get one.
I know.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
So just a quick comment with regard to the change in 6. I just want to ensure that is that consistent? I'm sorry. the change in 4, I just want to ensure that's consistent with clause 6, where the definition is broader than strictly familial relationships.
That's his personal.
I think that's the dating line.
Yeah.
It was just
That's,
referencing.
yeah, I'm saying, wait a
the
minute,
little
that's
line.
what it says. Say dating, you can't date.
Granted, it's what do we know? What do the staff know? I mean, so if we know of a relationship, we prefer them to be in different departments just to avoid issues.
I think, you know, the way that 4 is written, especially with the changes that the staff is recommending, where there's nobody that has the ability to override it, you really set into place hard set rules that, you know, you could look at and figure out whether that person is allowed to come in or not. Under 6, you know, that is really a very broad written statement, and that is going to necessarily require the exercise of somebody's judgment and discretion. So I don't know that they necessarily conflict. The way that I would read it is under paragraph 4, if people are related, there's a stringent set of rules that are going to determine whether they can be employed here and which departments they can be employed. And if they had another type of personal relationship which would lend to favoritism, it becomes somebody's judgment. And I think, you know, to the second or third cousin example that's been thrown out there, not everybody who is your second cousin or your third cousin is going to have that kind of relationship that would lend itself to favoritism. Some of my third cousins I'm really close to. I know who they are, and you put us in a room together, I guarantee you we're going to run as a pack. And other third cousins of mine I couldn't pick them out of a lineup because I've never seen them. And I think 6 just allows for that kind of discretion from management to decide what they think lends to favoritism. And I think that's necessary because that's a hard thing to put strict rules on. Whereas, you know, first degree, second degree, you can assume that there's a pretty close relationship within your almost.
So item 6 is current policy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and it's not suggested to change that.
So no dating.
Assuming it's to favoritism.
That's his personal relationship. I would think dating is a personal relationship.
Well, only if it lends to favoritism. So mainly if it's in a supervisor role, that would be prohibited. But I think that gets into all sorts of HR issues to begin with.
Yes.
So if you're peers and it's not, then there's no favoritism.
Perhaps it's worthwhile to explain what the action would be if a personal relationship led to an instance of favoritism.
In my experience, if a supervisor had a relationship with someone that would be able to offer favoritism, then the supervisor would terminate. That's just inappropriate. So
I think that's the appropriate action.
Historically, we were right here with that. And my comment to you, Mr. Bobbitt, it's your responsibility, and if you delegate it, that's fine. But it's your responsibility that this doesn't happen again. We don't head towards that trend like we did for years. There was a lot of that went on, intimidation, because of dating relationships, that type of thing. I hope that's all dead. If it's not, I implore you to take action on it very quickly.
Yes, sir.
Do I have any other discussion on this policy recommendation?
I'll second.
All right, so you are moving to approve proposed policy change concerning nepotism rules in the TAD personal policy manual, correct?
Basically, and clarifications we've got up to this time, yes.
Okay. You're good at that. Good at that. All right, and you've seconded. Any other further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item E, discussion, possible action, proposed policy change concerning limitation on information system purchases and TAD purchasing policies and procedure manuals.
So the state limit on purchasing is 50,000 to has higher requirements. And so for whatever reason, the IS department is singled out and they have a lower limit than every other department. At the last meeting, kind of feel that the board would rather not have to bring everything that's IT related to y'all when it's necessary, when it's not necessary. So we would just like to make the IS department's policy the same as every other department, especially considering the current circumstance where we do have a lot of IS issues that are coming before us. It'll allow the district to move a little faster, but still we'll still be held responsible for typical purchasing requirements that the state has, and also you still have to come and get approval from the board when necessary. So it's mainly just keeping the same consistency across all departments.
I've got two questions. One, is there anyone here that can tell us the history of the reason why it was at 25 for that one department? My second question is going to be, they can spend up to 50,000 provided it's already a line item budget, or just for any, they can't move committed funds.
No, so they can't move committed funds. So it should
Has to
be
be within their department.
Yes, sir. It should be within the budget already allocated. If it's not within the budget, you still have to get 3 bids or go through a state contract to spend the money anyways, if it's over $3,000. So if it's not already in the budget, then we would have to bring it to y'all either way, because we'd have to do a budget amendment or something too.
So if they are down 4 employees from their budgeted number of employees they anticipated, can they take money from that and spend it on the computer?
At that point, we would probably come and bring it to y'all for approval.
But you said probably, is that?
I think we would.
We have part of the budget really contains 2 things. It's both a bottom line number as to what you all are authorizing the appraiser district to spend, and then each line item is this board's approval to spend X number of dollars on a particular line item. And so if the staff wants to go over or spend money that is above what has been budgeted for any particular line item, that does require a budget amendment by this board before they can do that. Or sometimes, there's emergencies and you come back after and ratify it. But
any history on why it was 25?
I've only heard rumors of it. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what the history was here, because I was put in before I started representing the board, but I know in general, a lot of boards, a lot of governmental entities, if you're gonna make a significant purchase, you like to go out for bids. And kind of the example that I always give is, you're gonna buy a truck for appraisers to drive around the county and appraise. Well, you're probably not gonna buy a $50,000 truck for the appraisal district. You're probably gonna get something that's a little bit cheaper than that. Well, if you're gonna buy a $35,000 or $40,000 truck, and every time that you buy it, you go to one dealership, the other dealerships in Tarrant County are gonna be pretty upset about that. And so in those scenarios, a lot of times, even though it's not required by state law, it makes a lot of sense to go out for bids, to give everybody that's in that business a fair opportunity, and also to isolate the board and the staff from some sort of accusation of favoritism or good old boys club. You've gone through a process, you've set up, this is what we're looking for, and then you pick the best value or the best bargain or whatever it is that the board does. So that is a reason to have it lower. And one of the things that I think is good about the policy that's being suggested here is it's only required above 50, but there does allow some discretion. So if you're going to make a $25,000, a $30,000, or $40,000 purchase, y'all can still choose to go out for bids. But if staff needs the ability to do it quicker than that, and it's less than $50,000, which is what's required by state law, they can go ahead and make those moves.
That's normal. That's a normal procedure that I think is in most governmental entities.
That's all very standard.
All right, so cutting that down, you're saying if we were to change this to 50,000, they can go spend $49,000 and not bid it out.
We'd have to still get 3 quotes or buy on the state contract.
You wouldn't have to go through the municipal purchasing act and all that. Still rule.
And then you have highlighted struck, then you highlighted certain paragraphs.
I think it would be renumbering. So
Oh, renumbering,
2.2
okay.
goes away and becomes.
I got you. Gotcha.
I have a question on the recommendation. It says 10.0 is noted above above by highlights in the Tarrant Appraisal District Personnel Policy Manual. Is this personnel? Did I get a page mixed up? It's my typo. Gotcha. Thank you for catching it. Could we revise the staff recommendation, please?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and make it.
You want me to make the motion?
No. I want the staff to tell us it's not personnel.
It's
I'm
purchasing.
taking it as officially the purchasing policies and procedures.
It's whatever you move the item to, you don't have to quote this exactly. So whoever makes a motion.
Oh, no. Maybe I'm not making myself clear. This is purchasing procedures. This is not personnel.
Right. So when you make a motion, if you're the one who makes it, make the motion with the words you want to use.
I'm just asking the staff to revise this recommendation so I can make a motion on their recommendation.
Yes, sir. It would be to.
That's all it is.
It would be to approve amendment to section 10.0 as noted above by highlights in the Tarrant Appraisal District Purchasing Policy Manual.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Do I have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. And please note, this board cares about words. All right.
Mad.
They do. All right, item F, consider possible action on the contract for printing, mailing, email services for Tarrant Appraisal Review Board, hearing notices and final agreement orders and tab mailing in the future. Staff.
This is, well, an example, this is a $25,000 policy purchase. So we're bringing it to y'all. It's because it's also a contract. So it's $25,000 roughly annually. That is the service cost. There's also an additional like material cost. So basically determined by the number of pages and envelopes that we mail, that will determine the actual cost that we use. But it'll be kind of in lieu of our internal printing, mailing, and purchasing of materials, paper and envelopes and printing. One of the main benefits that this does, it reduces the staff requirement to mail all these letters, gets us out of the printing and mailing business. It also, we can do one print stream and send letters to this system. And depending on what the taxpayer or the agent has elected, they'll either go through the United States Postal System or they'll be diverted to email automatically. So the staff won't have to do separate batches of this gets mailed, this gets emailed. It'll just go based on how they elected it. And so it'll save staff time. It'll make us more responsive to the public. I know y'all have gotten several emails over the last couple of weeks where people are upset at the response time. So this will help us be more responsive and reach out to their needs. We use this in Waco. My staff really enjoyed it. There's a virtual printer. So instead of somebody having to print something, take it off the printer, go stick it in an envelope with whatever required notices would go with it, and then stamp it and mail it. It's all just done. You hit print and it's gone. It gets mailed the next day by this service. The material cost is a little bit higher than what we have. We can do internally, but this material cost also includes their labor and the services actually for their time and effort to put it in there. So the material cost and their labor is basically included in the same thing. So the first year we probably will not see a savings, but over the next couple of years, we probably will see savings as we can reallocate staff into more productive roles and uses. So
how many staff positions are we talking about that are currently invested that will be able to roll over to our actual core function?
I don't know the exact number, but I mean, a lot of people are involved. It may not be their full-time gig, but they do takes up a lot of time. I mean, just with ARB alone, we have 20,000 hearings. So we have to mail out 20,000 certified letters. This can handle certified letters, which are complete pain over here. It also tracks them. So when the mail letter goes out, we actually can go to one place and find where that certified mail went and when it was delivered. So I don't have the exact labor cost savings for you.
So you're indicating it'd be fractional cost over numerous individuals rather than specific positions?
Yes.
So if you reallocate the employees, we're not saving any dollars.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to be a net savings immediately, but I think over time, there will be.
Right, then you said for one point, you said services and materials were two separate things. I got the impression $2,131.62 per month was for services.
Yes, sir. That's just
Plus,
for the website.
you said plus materials.
Yes, sir.
So there'll be an additional cost.
Yes, sir.
Is that plus materials something that would come out of the current budget?
Yes, sir. Right now, we're already buying envelopes and paper and toner. So these material costs will be offset by, we don't have to buy as many envelopes, paper and toner. So some of that cost will be offset.
So we have in-house, call it copiers, printing systems to do this with. Does that eliminate the need for particular units?
Yes, it'll reduce some of them. Like right now, we have 2 large Xerox printers. They're on a 5-year service agreement. But some of that will go away. We can like rid of one of those machines. We own the machine, but we have a service agreement for it. I believe all the printers we own, we have a service agreement that we're looking at revising.
So you don't see an immediate cost. You can't just stop them. If you're not going to use the hardware, you can't just stop the service agreement.
We'd have to look at the contract and make sure that we can, because I believe it's long-term contracts. We need to look at the defunding it in the future, or see if we can renegotiate the terms of it. Because we still have printers. Some of the big ones can go away.
So there's no termination clause in that contract.
If it's truly for just service, at most it'd be for the year, at least my experience. Now, if somehow they've got the hardware wrapped up into the service.
The hardware's not. It's just a service contract. So I haven't read it because I don't know exactly what the terms are.
We actually had a meeting with them scheduled for next week to start this discussion, to see what we can do going forward.
It just doesn't seem that difficult. And even have a meeting. That's just. Brian, you have a comment on this?
Just that I would agree with you. I think there's an opportunity to consolidate printers, to evaluate what we have. Again, we would like to look at the service contract and really take a deep dive and see what's, what value it is versus what we can offset with other services.
When are you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please finish.
When are you wanting to, this contract to initiate?
We want this printing contract for this year, for this ARB season, because mostly what we use it for initially would be the ARB letters, because there's a significant amount of certified mail, which is an extra level of difficulty to track them. We believe it'll save a lot of time and effort on the ARB side.
Is that a week from today? Is that 3 weeks from today?
Probably about 3 or 4 weeks before we actually have it set up and running.
Hopefully my last question, why is it a 60-month contract? Why not a 1-year contract?
I believe they give us discounted cost. There's a huge implementation fee that they're basically spreading out across. The company is Squatties, which used to be NeoPost.
So I guess my question would be, what is the current life of your printers that we're talking about? Are they near end of life, or are they recently purchased?
There's one from 2001, there's several from 2006, there's several that are well beyond end of life that were.
Okay, so there's the replacement cost of those printers that we need to consider moving forward as well.
Yes, sir.
If we choose not to do this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, once we get it set up for the ARB and their particular letters, then we can expand it into any other mailing system that we do. We probably would not do our main appraisal notices. There are probably other vendors that could probably do cheaper on those large 100,000 jobs. But for typical day-to-day letters, this handles it pretty well.
So there's a season in which we have this work.
Yes, sir.
But there's a season that we don't have it.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay.
Well, we start with ARB, that's the first thing in the calendar. But then also like with the homestead audit process, we have to mail, the way we're currently doing, we mail 80,000 letters to those people asking them to reapply. So we can incorporate all of that process into this.
This is done all off-site?
Yes, sir.
So there's no, they don't bring equipment in, they don't bring employees in. We deliver something to them, they handle it.
They have a website, we either have a virtual printer, or when we hit print, like we select our default printer to, it'd be called automate. So we select that as the printer, we hit print, it automatically goes to their system, and it gets processed and mailed the next day. Or we can upload batches like PDFs.
So I guess for purpose of clarification, we need this for the hard process, but that's on a tight time frame, right?
Yes,
and it's gonna take us 3 to 4 weeks to get up to speed. So is it really going to be beneficial for what's left in this cycle?
From our conversations with them, they'll be up in time. I use this in Waco, so once they get the first 2 letters set up, we can expand it pretty easily in-house to expand other letter types. Really gets past the 2-month window that we're only using for. We'll be able to use it for the remainder of the year also for other letters.
Somehow I'm not comfortable, I don't know why.
Honestly, I would say I would like to see other contractual models, a 3-year model with multiple annual renewal options, perhaps, or a 3-year with 2 3-year renewals as an option on it, rather than a 5-year commitment. But that's just me from a personal feel. I fundamentally, I like the idea. It's just how the contract is structured that I question.
It is on a state contract, it's through Smart Buy, off the DIR website, through the comptroller's office. So I believe it does have a termination clauses. We
Right,
can't-
for non-funded. Be my guess.
Sorry, what was that? It has a non-appropriation term, 60-month lease with non-appropriation terms. So if the board decides not to fund it in the future budget, we just take it out and then it ceases the contract.
Is that accurate, or is it that somehow the district does not have the funds available?
No, I think the history behind that sort of funding out clause and all of that, is to make sure that the board that's sitting here today doesn't obligate funds that are really gonna be the decision of a future board to decide to spend. And so like right now, we've got a new board coming in on July 1st. We're gonna have another reconfiguration of this board on January 1st. Each one of those boards has the right to set the budget and to spend the money during the time that they are the sitting board, and you can't obligate a future board.
So for further clarification, if this clause is based on defunding a line item, we can't necessarily, the future board can't necessarily say they're going to change vendors based on that clause.
Exactly.
And so the only option would be to defund printing, period. Right. I mean, which can't be done.
I mean, you could obviously, there are, basically that is correct, yes.
And there's nothing that's gonna make it come before the board each year.
Go through the budget process.
Well, but it's a line item in the budget.
We have to Mr. Blaylock's point that someone would have to say, I think we strike X number of dollars from the printing line item, or whatever it is.
Well, depends on if we had it reported as a printing service versus material printing costs. Otherwise, it's just office supplies is all apply. It's paper and envelopes and toner.
And that's why I qualified my answer to say basically what you said was right, because there are ways you can put it in the budget. That makes sense.
I know my concern is that it's a 60-month contract. That's my concern.
The guys, when we were talking to them, they did understand the whole non-appropriation. And they specifically mentioned that, this is an option you want to get out of. So.
Yeah, but that option, like we just discussed, would be to cut the ability. It's not changing vendors, it's cut the ability.
As a alternative option, would the board be agreeable if we can get them to agree to a 12-month lease or a 24-month lease, given that it's within a certain price range, if that's the main concern?
That would, for me, bring my comfort level.
Like I said, when piggyback on that, if it really is important to get it in place for this farm season, then there's not time to defer this to another meeting. And so if that's the case, if the board were to make a motion, I would suggest they make it in such a way that staff can evaluate and move forward one way or the other without coming back to us. And I don't like that, but based on the timing, that's what I would suggest.
I would like to piggyback the piggyback. I think it's a great suggestion. But I would say this, our thought process is to go back, negotiate, or contact somebody else. You might as well just turn it all down this year because we're into the ARB season now. We're there. And if this is going to work, it's got to work immediately. And I don't like being put in a box like that. But on the other side of the coin, I understand clearly what needs to get done out of the ARB and support this whole concept. So the question is can we give a parameter? And I don't know what that parameter might be, but to authorize the staff to go up to $3,500 a month or whatever. You know, not that I want to spend more money, but to buy a 1-year contract. Does that make any sense at all?
Yes, sir.
So,
That's what I would think.
so let me also, I'm gonna do the piggyback to the piggyback to the piggyback. We don't have to do this. We've been doing this work. We know how to do this work. This is a suggested improvement of the work. We can wait till next year also. The 60-month bothers me, period. And, you know, but if they're gonna go to, you know, this is, you know, $25,000 a year, basically, year in, year out, ongoing. And we keep adding that we can't identify a cost savings for. We're saying we're gonna take those employees and use them someplace else. That's usually your highest savings cost. We're not suggesting that. Then we might cut the service contract, which I hope is based on per click prints. And if you're not printing, then you shouldn't be paying anything. But
Well, I would say to follow up on your point, yes, we have been doing it for years. The question might be asked is how well have we been doing it over these years? Not so good.
yeah, and not Jodan's fault, but
I'm not blaming
the decisions being asked, we need something to happen in 3 weeks.
That's sort of where I'm at. That's why I'm agreeable to the 1 year if we just up the parameters to answer all concerns. Your concern, Vince, staff's concern, ARB's concern. We, you know, if we just limit it to 1 year and up the parameter, perhaps that resolves all the questions for at least a year. And it also gives us a chance to evaluate to see whether or not, because I'm with you on the 5 year. I'm not comfortable with it, but we need to have a year to evaluate too. That's the other important part. And then maybe after this year, the new board can say, okay, let's go to a 5 year because the staff can now give a history and say, this is what the efficiency changes were and why it was better off. Because as long as I can remember, notifications coming out of the ARB to individual members of the community, taxpayers, and or to agents have not come out timely, in my opinion, for years and years and years. Hopefully this would accommodate that. Is that a fair assessment? Okay.
I believe so. Through the course of discussion, were there alternate schedules discussed for the terms or not?
Take the 60-month.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, 60-month was the only one. Like,
So one of the things the board could do as an option is you could, if you wanted to approve some aspect of this today, is you could authorize the chief appraiser to negotiate and sign a contract with certain parameters, like a length of time that was the maximum that was authorized to enter into, and a dollar amount that was the maximum. Then they can go back to the vendor, and if the vendor would agree to it, then staff, the chief appraiser would have the authority to sign it, if they can come up with a 1 year, $3,500 a month deal. And if the vendor was to come back and say, no, it's got to be at least 2 years and $5,000, then that would be something that Mr. Baba would have the ability to do. Essentially, they go back.
My recommendation would be 2 years and $2,500. We need someone to, unless there's further discussion, to make a motion or not.
To make the motion.
Someone wants to make a motion.
So what is the motion?
Well, the staff recommendation is engage in 60-month contract with base cost of $21,3162 per month with Quadrant for printing, mailing, and emailing services, including software, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, no, I know that, but we're gonna make a different motion is what I'm saying.
I'm saying 20, just change it 24 months to $24, or whatever dollar amount you think you want to make the motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, motion is to authorize the chief appraiser to engage in a 24-month contract at a base cost of $30,000 per month with Quadrant for printing, mailing, and emailing services, including software for the current hearing appraisal review board, hearing notices and final reorders, and potentially other TAD mailings as practical. Additional costs on a per mailing or per page basis are to be managed by TAD staff to remain within TAD's annual budget.
Second, can I propose a minor modification? Instead of saying 3,000 per month, we'll say up to.
Okay, that's
Good
good.
point. You don't want to set a target out there.
It's public information, the target's been set. So, but I think, no, I think it's
a requirement on Joe Don.
I'll go with the first amendment as the second, but we gotta go to the first, see if you would agree with that.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
And the second potential agreement is I would like to offer and see renewal clauses, and what those terms would be based on this contract.
the only thing I'm going to say is, if you put that as part of the motion, then that forces it to come back to us. They can go forward, I think.
Not that- If we simply ask them to just provide it to y'all.
Just provide, okay, you're just, not for approval.
So, so just adding it here or asking that Joe Don do it directly?
I think it's outside the motion.
Where do you?
Yeah.
With regard to the contract, I was requesting that we get renewal options beyond the 2 years as part of that cost structure.
So then are you wanting to put that as a part of the actual motion, or is that just sort of a comment of direction to your chief appraiser so he knows at least what one director thinks you should be
Well,
negotiating?
I am submitting that to the board. It's the board's decision.
Yeah, if you want to make that a requirement of what it is that the chief appraiser can approve to, then it should be a part of the motion. The way the motion was made, I think if that motion was made, was approved, then Mr. Baba has the authority to enter into a contract up to 2 years, for 2 years, up to $3,000 a month. And I think some of the other range terms of that are going to be at his discretion. And so if you all really are insistent that we have renewal in it, it should be a part of the motion. If it's really just a comment, get the best deal for the district that you can, then I think your comment probably has to be.
Part of the motion?
I'm okay with Joe Don's on his own, pursuing longer term stability.
Okay, so the motion is as stated by staff recommendation, with the change being 24-month contract at a base cost of up to $3,000 per month. Otherwise, it's as stated. Any further comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Good luck.
Yes, sir.
Item G, consider possible action on contract for homestead audit services. There's going to be a lot of discussion on this, I believe.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Several years ago, when I was on the board, I'm the one that made the motion to table this indefinitely. Do we need to?
I'm sorry. I'm not good at listening to that.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
My question is, since it was tabled indefinitely, we have to have a motion to put it back on the table.
I think that would be the cleanest way.
Yes.
But actually,
Could I make that motion then? That we put this item related to the homestead audit services back on the table and consider it in today's meeting.
Yes, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm confused, so I won't say anything.
You just advanced the item, so now
we can
call item.
that's all we did. But
I'm just trying to keep up with all.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
good.
gonna vote here, from,
No, did you say aye?
On which one?
see.
All right, make your motion.
Yes. Okay, I probably will word it differently this time, but my motion would be, on this particular item related to homestead audit services and exemptions, that we would place it back on the table for consideration today at this meeting.
And it's just so we can discuss.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with discussing. I'm not comfortable with the decision today on that.
So are you voting in favor? She seconded, are you voting in favor?
Yes.
Yes. It passes. So now,
Now call the agenda item and now you can have a discussion about it.
thank you. Consider possible action on contract for homestead audit services.
So the last legislative session, they passed a bill requires a homestead audit plan for every 5 years. We have to audit all homesteads and make sure they still qualify. So out of this, there are at least 3 companies that provide services. We did get quotes from 2. One is on a contract with purchasing co-op. I forgot to ask if y'all were, if Lineberger is on co-op or anything, a purchasing deal.
We are not on DIR. No, no, sir.
And so right now, we're using a very manual process. We basically mail 1/5 of the homesteads. There's 400 some odd thousand homesteads in the county. We manually have to do this. We mail roughly 8,000 homesteads, and we have people reapply. We did this back in Waco. It's a very unpopular policy or plan when you mail that many homesteads and you make people reapply. Roughly 15% just will not respond, and then we end up yanking their exemption, and then 2 or 3 years later, they finally realize it. You have to add it back on and supplement the tax roll and send an update back to the tax office. So it creates issues for the taxpayers. It's so far pretty unpopular. So that's what we're doing right now. There's a company called TrueRoll, and there's also Linebarger that offer a service. So they will basically provide the district with the data analysis or the background data that we can use to determine if these people qualify or which ones do not qualify. That way we can remove all the erroneous exemptions, return that money back to the tax roll. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So I know you said you had some questions, you would like some additional information.
So the 2 different proposals we have here are different, correct?
Yes, sir.
They have radically different scope and scale. Can you explain that real quick?
TrueRoll is mainly a website, so it gives the staff a dashboard, and then the staff look at which ones have the highest amount of flags, and then we initiate letters and conversations and phone calls with those people, and we handle it internally with our staff. With Linebarger, the attorneys for their firm, they will do the analysis and determine which ones are probably non-qualifying, and then their staff will send out letters, and it's more of kind of a turnkey package. So they will notify people, send out a letter. Hopefully the taxpayers will reach out to them and not call our office if it's a scam. And then once they actually determine and find out resolution of what those issue is, then the staff will actually make a move to actually deny those exemptions and send out certified letters to over 65 people. So there's kind of 2 different processes and the amount of work that's involved that the staff does.
Are the 2 different, are there more companies
companies and the two that do this service?
The other one I know of is LexisNexis. They provide that. I don't know if they do much beyond that, but I know they provide like the database.
What name was that?
LexisNexis. We use LexisNexis currently to look up individual stuff, basically addresses and phone numbers.
Seems to me there was another company that bid on this 3 or 4 years ago. And it's the company.
Tyler?
Yes.
Well, Tyler was a third-party contractor. TrueRoll was going through Tyler.
Oh,
Since
okay.
then, TrueRoll is, they're on a purchasing co-op, so they don't need to go through Tyler to offer the service.
Could you give me the definition of what bundling is? It's in the Linebarger proposal. Maybe Linebarger could explain that. Because that's one of the distinctions I think that they're trying to make.
Be glad to clarify a little bits of our proposal as necessary. Be glad to address your question. For our purpose, the bundling component, as Mr. Bobbitt indicated, means that we take on more of the work and the burden that's required to actually go through and verify these homestead exemptions. Mr. Bobbitt mentioned the fact that we actually conduct the research rather than that being placed on the staff. We conduct the taxpayer outreach, and we just present the staff here with basically operational intelligence to make the final determination as to whether a homestead is going to be eligible for approval or not.
The bundling notion is also relevant in terms of costs, because ours is inclusive of things like mailing, which you all have been discussing in the context of ARB, which can be a significant cost. And we would hope that there would be some accounting for that benefit as well.
So you're saying that you would make a determination if somebody is eligible or not?
We classify it as a recommendation, the statutory
okay.
authority.
That's different than making a determination.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What we do
That's
is,
what you said. And I want to know exactly what you mean.
what I mean and what the deliverable is in this case is either through a spreadsheet or a portal that's currently under construction. The staff is informed of our recommendations. We have a case management system, so all the supporting documentation, divorce decrees, military orders, things that can affect the homestead status are provided so that the chief appraiser can make a fully informed decision. We find that 90% or more of our recommendations are typically followed. Some number of that 10% are people who just never responded to us, who when they finally get the official notice from the appraisal district, they do respond. But we're very careful not to usurp the chief appraiser's statutory authority to make that determination. And in fact, our aim is to supplement or to help them to be able to do that better. And we think that's kind of the focus of SB 1801 it's fairness as well, but there's a significant financial benefit to the taxing units. And the notion is, collect all the taxes that are due before you start raising the rates.
And would your correspondence to the taxpayer include their opportunity to appeal? Because I don't want to give the slightest impression that your company is the final authority.
Our communications to the taxpayer typically, first of all, we do no outbound calling, so nobody's going to get a call.
No, I didn't mean phone. I mean in writing.
But in writing, our communications typically we work out the wording and the tone so that it corresponds to the culture and the approach of the appraisal district. There are some appraisals that are districts that are very aggressive. There are some that are more generous to the taxpayer and accommodating. Our general default tone is, hey, we think there may be an issue. Can you please call us? We have a dedicated call center for each one to discuss this. And then we walk them through. And, a lot of times because we're a collection agency, people assume that our approach is going to be aggressive. But what we found to be most productive is to remember and keep in mind and train our agents to recognize that a very small percentage of the people who are on the tax roll and a small percentage even of those that we identify are going to turn out to be actually at fault. And of those, it's very rare that there's an intentional act that's done knowingly to try to game the system. What we find is most people just don't know. And so it's kind of an iterative educational process that we work with the taxpayers. We've been doing it for a while, and it seems not to cause stress or anger or blowback from taxpayers. Our approach is somewhat gentle.
Yeah.
So in any case, I'm going on and on, but
I don't think that answered my question.
I'll address your question directly, Mr. Lasada. we're not, when I say the word determination, that's more of a kind of internal classification of the conclusion that we reach when we make our recommendations to the CAD in the first place. The actual determination of whether a homestead remains on the rolls or is removed as ineligible for a number of reasons is fundamentally going to come from the CAD office itself. And so when our letters are going out to these people is to obtain additional information or context that can educate us as we make our recommendations to the CAD board. And so our notices are not going to typically include information about their rights to protest, because at that point, there hasn't been a determination made that might trigger a protest in that case, if that makes sense.
And the statutory notice is required to include the details of their ability to appeal to the ARB, or that they have that entitlement, and to even include a description of how they would do that. So there's due process that attaches before anything's removed.
That was my question.
I'm so sorry I couldn't
The
answer.
two-page proposal, at least what we've got in our book, the last paragraph says pricing, and it reads $2.90 per HSE for years 1 and 2, and it says $1,145,500. Is that a 2-year fee or so in other words, $572 per year, or is that per year for the first 2 years?
I believe the number that's in there, the first figure is the price per year for the first 2 years. It's calculated on that rate per homestead.
All right, so it'd be $1,145,500 for year 1, the same amount for year 2, and then in your case, it would drop to $592,500 for year 3. And you're saying it's a 3-year contract?
No, it's 5 years. So it'd be $592,000 per year for the next 3 years.
We priced it 2 different ways as well, because
That's fine. I just want to get that specific answer.
Okay, I would like to address the question about the possibility of people feeling that if they got a letter from you, was it a scam? I know there are ways to kind of sidestep that, and that and I don't know how we do this, so I'm just proposing this. If you send out a letter, or even the other company, that PAD's logo also be on it, so that it signifies the connection, and or like the city of Arlington, they endorsed a water resource thing for your home. They did that, but they also sent out something in the water bills that put the association together so the citizens would know it's not a scam. I mean, those are kind of approaches, and what the cost would be associated with that. Is it cost the entities money to be able to do that? Will that kind of thing be included in something like this?
Give us a short answer, please.
I'm so sorry.
I'll keep it short. I'll handle it if that's okay.
No, that's fine. I just,
Sorry, Pete. Just as a direct answer to your question, the communication that we have with taxpayers as we're conducting our investigative research actually goes out on the CAD letterhead itself. So it appears to be an official communication. We're making that outreach as a direct representative of the appraisal district at that stage.
So we're outsourcing our services. You represent us. Folks, we've got a lot more on our agenda. Let me just finish my comment. I know I want to fully understand what our legal requirements are, and then what added value we may want to add to that. I kind of feel like we need to have someone, whether it's Matthew at a different meeting or someone from the state or somebody, explain what our specific legal areas are. Because we're talking about either 2 significant quotes that are significantly different. Either one's a lot of money and one's 3 times the money, or whatever the number is. I'm not saying it's not worth it. But to try to make that decision today just seems inappropriate in a way. My one question is, what is our timeline required for this decision?
Our current manual policy is legally sufficient. So we do not have to do anything at this point. It would mainly be for the budget. So by September 15th, or before we send our budget to the entities, it'd be good to know what we're going to spend going forward in the future. That way we can.
It's more about a budget line item.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate that for the discussion up to this point. I would really like to understand. The quotes are significantly different, and if we're outsourcing all the activity associated with the larger quote, that implies less staff time and less staff need. And so we'll be diving some into the cost offset there. And further, just, regarding, do we have the staff that if we wanted to change to actually do what we would need to do with that? And you don't need to answer any of those right now, but I would like to table this until a future meeting where we can have those considerations fully understood. And a motion as such.
So your motion is to table. I'll say.
I got one discussion on to piggyback on what you said. I gotta tell you folks, and again, I'm not the chief appraiser here. I don't face all the employees every day. I know there is motivation and so forth that goes on with the team. But in my business, we do technology to eliminate heads. Now, normally, they'll let heads eliminate by they quit, they retire, they do whatever. We're not trying to push people out the door, but ultimately, you got to get to that point. So when you talk to us about this, it's one thing about reassigning employees, but it's another thing about how do we save cost. And so I just making a comment on that. So we have a motion. Yes, sir.
To follow up on that, up till about a couple of years ago, there were 2 specific employees assigned this responsibility, and that's all they did full time was check homestead exemptions. They came up with their little arguments about funeral notices and letters and all a bunch of things. And I had them in numerous occasions when I was on the ARB. And again, 3 years ago, when I asked this question, my question was along what you're saying, Vince, and that is, if we're going to spend this extra money, what is the net staff reduction in order to do this? Because all this stuff, in my opinion, I don't want to minimize it, but spending this kind of money, what that does is just allocate somebody to something else that would normally be doing this. And if that's the case, then that person is just getting absorbed in the budget somewhere else in another position. I would like to see, and I use this comment, zero-based budgeting. And probably because of the way this is all evolved and the changes in the notifications by the newspaper and all that kind of stuff, yeah, we probably couldn't cut out 2 staff positions, but maybe we could cut out 1. And if we were to adopt something like this. So I'd like to, in the tabling process, I'd like the staff to come back with a recommendation on that. Because I'm big on zero-based budgeting, not just adding to it.
All right, so we have a motion to table item 7G to receive further information and education on the law. We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Again, so I'm going to repeat a little bit here. Obviously, we want more information. I would like for it to include legal clarification, not at a legal level, at my level, what our responsibilities are here. If staff has a recommendation of the level of service they think they need, then let's try to get 2 bids at that level. If you want full blown, you think you need that, then let's get 2 bids at full blown. If you think, no, we don't need that, we need it at this lesser amount, then let's get 2 bids at minimum at the lesser level. So we have a better comparison. And then again, everything else is there.
I'd be happy to provide be a very brief outline of what the law requires. The good news is it's not that complex of a law, so it shouldn't take me more than 4 to 6 hours to
All right.
Special meeting just for that.
Let's move on. We have item 8, 2025 budget workshop discussion. Only no action to be taken.
It's the next page.
Okay.
So Brad has done a lot of work trying to figure out the budget along with the staff directors. We've been trying to maintain a zero increase budget. We did prepare two versions. One is without all the additional things that we are basically asking for, security, cybersecurity, IT wellness. So I think we were able to get that down to 0.02% increase for the entities. Once we add all these stuff and changes that we need to make, it's come closer to about 16% increase overall.
How much, sir?
16.
16?
Some of that we could pay for. We have options. I mean, we could either pay for it, some of it out of the reserves, some we could purchase for the next coming year, coming budget cycles, spread the cost out through a financing agreement or lease agreement, or some combination of those methods.
Could you help me on that a little bit, please, where you say that it's a 16% increase, and I didn't do the percentage on this, but, and the difference is 2023 actual 28,209 versus proposed 29,428. Is that a 16% increase?
Yes, sir.
Approximately.
Yes, sir. Well, to the 34 on the 2025 budget call.
I'm sorry.
There's,
I misstated that. I got it. So how's it a 16% increase? It's a 16% increase from the 24 budget?
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here. What you've got in here, you got a page that says 2025 proposed budget. Yeah, if you want to label that number 1. Then go to page 39, you have a 2025 proposed budget, label that number 2. The difference between 1 and 2 is that 16%, correct?
is that right, Brad?
Is that what you're saying?
Okay, we got 2 budgets in here.
Roughly, yes.
Yeah, so that's what the 16% is referring to.
Oh, okay, it's not from one year to the next.
Well,
No.
well, it kind of is, because the first budget is basically flat.
Right.
And so
So the second budget is the 16%.
So what this does from the last meeting, and I was probably the one saying it, that I'd like to look at this 2 ways, or we have our operational budget. Can we get that down to 0 or even reduce? That was my goal. That's what this first budget is. Then I said, but I also understand we've got cybersecurity issues, we've got other major expenditures, but that's not operational, if you will. That's a one-time expense that we might want to ask for. Well, in this case, it wouldn't be a budget amendment, it'd just be a new budget. So we could separate that, and whether it's to ourselves, to the public, to the entity, saying, we're going to operate the same or cheaper. If we operate the same, we're really cheaper because costs have gone up. But yes, we need more money because of these certain circumstances. Is that correct?
yes, sir. And on page 43, we have itemized the additional items that we're essentially asking for that make up this 16%.
And none of this is stuff we've already approved. This is all new stuff. Like that technical term.
Well, Nemo Q is some of these things that we've already approved for 24. And so, but they weren't in last year's budget. And so in the 23. So they're new to the budget.
Okay. So one of the things I'd like to see is updated, some kind of asterisk saying already approved for 2024, just so we know that reference.
So along that line, Mr. Bobbitt, you're saying new software is $3 million that you're proposing?
The CAMA, yes, sir. It could be less.
Yeah, I understand. But that's built into the 16%.
Yes.
If we were to reduce that 16%, by whatever amount it is, by $3 million, we wouldn't have our new system. But what would you reduce the percentage down to for the increased budget? Does anybody know, just off the top of their head?
That's your question.
Sorry?
That's a good question.
The $3 million is built into the 16% increase. Okay, I'm asking if we take that $3 million out,
0.02%.
The CAMA is a little over 9% of the increase.
I don't think it's.
Oh, you're seeing just the camera. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think that's zero. I'm not saying we take it out. I'm not suggesting that. I'm trying to build the budget, including that.
Yes, sir.
But I want to know what like a $3 million difference makes in the budget.
I'm saying that's 9% roughly, just the CAMA alone. So 7% would be all the other things.
Okay, okay. So I've got calculators running over here.
So once again, the single page 43, in addition to what's already been approved, I'd like to have asterisk or indicated what is specifically for cybersecurity. And I'm going to make the assumption the rest of the items are for improvement of operations. Or you're going to identify some other, that's what I would assume. Okay. So.
And honestly, as we continue through the budgetary process, I'm looking at, just looking at the columns or the rows that are the same between both proposals. We have several that are increasing at significant double-digit percentages, and a couple that are decreasing on one versus increasing on the other. I'm less worried about that, but I would like to understand specifically the almost 18% increase to travel, training, dues, and publications, and professional services that are consistent across the two. The breakdown of those two line items in particular. Okay.
I have a question about labor payroll.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, either one of them, they look identical, but the payroll costs on 36 and 40.
Okay.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out these numbers, on my calculator. What is the percentage difference? I can get to one of these numbers, I can't get to the other one. Between the 24 budget and the 25 budget, what is the percentage increase? I know what it says here, but tell me what, if budgets are typically 80% of labor is typically 80% of the budget. What is the percent increase are we forecasting between
Like
24 and 25?
Like cost of living?
That would be one of them.
Yes, ma'am. I think we've estimated 4% for cost of living. We've also defunded a few positions to offset that. So there are positions that we have historically not filled or we may not need anymore.
Okay, so that's why it isn't really 4%.
Yes, ma'am. It shows 0.8% increase, but there's a 4% for the staff.
Yeah, that's where it was not making sense.
Yes,
to me. Okay.
Somewhere, and I don't know where it is, but I read it last night, there was a number of staffing positions in this budget. Can you give me the page where that's at?
Page
42.
What's that?
42.
42.
38 and 42.
Got it. All right. And I'll tell you why I'm asking that question. Okay, there it is. Is that you're talking about a reduction of 2 staff persons, correct?
Yes, sir, overall.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. And so my question comes down to, do you have to do a report each year to the commission that says how many staff members or people you've had for the prior year?
There is an operations survey report we fill out. I can't recall if that is a line in there. But we would go off of what's budgeted. So we probably would not answer that as far as how many were actually.
Not actual.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what is actual? Do we know that? Right now, in the middle of 2024, there's how many employees are employed?
Right, 200, sir.
200.
200?
200 right now.
And you're looking for 214. So heretofore, the district has budgeted X amount of positions and has never maxed out at that. Never is a strong word. Very seldom maxed out at that. So if you're at the number that you're saying you're at now, why would we need 214? Is that to give you a flexibility to move positions around, salaries around? Why would we budget so much more but yet not have that? Not use it?
Our goal is to get them filled. I know we have, one IT position currently posted. There's
ARB positions that are ARB staff positions.
So ARB staff's part of this budget?
Not the support staff, not the actual ARB.
Oh, the
So
support
yes,
staff.
ARB per diems.
Well, ARB doesn't have the staff per se.
Right, but we staff it.
I'm speaking of the support staff.
Yeah.
We have 2 spots there.
So where I'm going with this is that if historically we've never reached that number, why do we budget that? I don't understand it.
well, I don't know if it's always the same positions that are open. Like,
Oh, that's probably true. Yeah, yeah.
so I mean, our goal is to get these positions filled, the other 14 positions filled.
I think he's asking though, why do you have that goal if we just never seem to fill them anyway?
That's it.
You're saying, well, because our number of residences are up and we've got to collect on, or is it, why do we need more employees over what we've been averaging?
I don't know what positions are open besides IT, ARP.
So there are some open right now, some open IT positions that we are utilizing for other board programs. DocuSign comes to mind. That was an item that was approved at the beginning of the year. And we basically said we weren't going to fill that position. There's 2 contract positions that are in IS that we're basically funding through staffing positions right now. So there are some, there's always going to be some lags and attrition when we're talking about.
So that last time you said we're taking money from one spot to fund some employees, you're allotting for it, correct?
Yes.
So does that mean you lowered money in where you're pulling it from?
Well, if you notice, there's 3, and I guess those are the 3 that I just spoke about. For next year's budget, we're asking to reduce that staffing. The increase in staffing is seen in support services that we're looking to add more customer service so that we have more people up front.
Yeah, and I think the big thing Gary's asking about though, you're basing it on the 216 versus 214, but we're only at 200. So there's somehow 14 more employees that you're saying we must need.
Currently, yes, we're continually going through the job posting and job interview process throughout the year.
Yeah, but I think you went further with your comment. And I think that's what we're picking up, is that you move people around even though they were not budget approved to fill in a particular position as a need. And yet we, for example, and this is just an example, if you have residential appraisers and you budgeted 47 for 2024, and you decided, well, we only need 45, then 2 of those positions, the money for those positions, which we approved, the former board approved in their budget, went to hire 2 more information services. Is that what, in fact, you just said a minute ago?
That particular change for the residential position was for Mr. Ewing's position. When he came over, we had a budget amendment done. That was this year.
Which we approved.
Yes, we took that position away. So this is right now in 2024, we're at 46 people in residential. That's essentially staying even in 2025. The reason it shows us a change here is because we're comparing the 24 budget to the 25 budget.
I'm not picking on that department. I'm just saying this example.
Yes.
If we're at 200, why don't we budget 205 or 200 or whatever? What historically has been the number of employees at TAD over the last 3 years, 5 years. I don't care what amount you pick, but I just know what has gone on, and it's been a shuffling. And I have a problem with that because it's shuffling without the board's knowledge. Whereas with Brady's position, it came to the board and we knew what we're getting involved in. And I don't have a problem with that at all, because the chief appraiser said, I need this person. I accept what his request was. But keep these numbers up. They seem artificial is what I'm trying to say.
Lori, do you have a comment?
Yes. I have a solid background in financial matters, so that's why I'm going to ask you this. I'm looking at this. Typically, in the hiring process, there is that you can have some people leaving while some are coming, and that's why the number doesn't stay solid. And so you wouldn't have the authority to be in a hiring practice if you don't have the authority for the position. So, as someone who has done budgets, I'm going to ask you if this is the process you're using to make sure that when you go out and do a hiring, there is a position there. Well, there are people who are saying, I'm retiring, or you know they're leaving, but you didn't predict that. So you're counting them as a position. Am I making sense to you? It's kind of a rotating, I understand what you're saying, but it's like a rotating door where you have people coming in and people going out. And so you're trying to make sure that you have the positions that you need at all times, and you aren't always 100% staffed. It's not going to happen. So you're trying to just accommodate the possibility of maybe one day in your wishing wand that you will have those 214 positions. But in reality, with people going and coming, that door is open and closed all the time. Is that not true?
Yeah, 214 is the ideal situation. Everybody's staffed, everybody's here. But obviously, throughout the year, people retire, people leave. There's always going to be that lag because there's busier times of the year where you can't get in there and do the interviews. So, yes, ideally, we're going to have 214 positions filled, but realistically, we may not always have those.
And I think what Mr. Lasada is saying is perhaps that number can be lowered since there is the 14, and that must be your concern.
That's
14.
exactly what I'm saying,
And
because
maybe he wants 207, but if we're authorizing you to have 214 positions, we have to fund them. We can't not fund it if we authorize the positions.
Yes, ma'am. We can bring a list of open positions, how long they've been open. If they've been open for years and years, then it would go to what you're saying. But if they've been open 3 months, 6 months, or whatever, and there's new positions coming open, then it shows that, it's just staff turnover. So we do take a while to hire people and get people in the position. It's not a quick process.
I understand Ms. Pena's point. You're in a constant state of flux. I get that. But why can't the flux be at 210 or 207? You're still going to be in that flux. And it's still going to be unfilled positions. So why do we come in with an artificial amount of 214 at X amount of dollars? And instead of reducing that to more realistic and still have that flux.
But couldn't that be on us?
So,
Yeah, that's my,
so I think the point's made. This is just a discussion at this point. I'll take that point back, and work with it. Yes, sir.
So one of the things is I look at two different proposals that concerns me is the staffing level is exactly the same. I think we've had a common theme in our discussion today as we invest in new technology that's supposed to provide for operational efficiencies. We're not seeing that reflected in the staff number between the two proposals. And so I would really like that explored more as we continue through this process.
So I think you've got a universal of this board currently sitting today that we're concerned with budgeted staffing levels. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I got one other question on page 43. Just again, for point of clarity, you said, well, some of the items listed were already approved for 2024. So the reason, I'm asking a question, the reason they're on the 2025 budget is because it's a recurring expense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so we're already committed to it. All right, so when you mark a 2024, that's also telling me we're already committed to that expense regardless.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Vince, I have another question on that, but related to, I brought it up last time, and I know some people bristled about it, but the litigation department. And I don't see any move on that. It's still the same as the one that was presented to us at the last meeting. And I asked, and I believe Mr. Tepper clarified it better than I did by saying, could we go into more efficiencies in order to get that litigation budget reduced somewhat? And I don't see any of that done. I know about the efficiencies, but I don't see the budget changing. So has that in fact been done, where there's an evaluation to get the litigation? Another situation that I'm bringing up is just like the general staffing that Mr. Puente was alluding to, a $344,500 payroll, if you will, was just absorbed. It just got absorbed. We can't be doing that. I mean, if that person's gone, where's that? Mr. Durham's back in, unfortunately.
That's what I was.
They're picking on you, William.
No, I'm not, but I'm saying that should have been reduced by some amount, maybe not the exact 345, because, you know, you got to pick up the duties of, or the responsibilities of that position. But based on efficiencies, and what I brought up was, you could have a clerk doing something that a high-paid attorney was doing before, which I never understood. I really never did. And you could have a legal assistant, whatever you want to call it, and still have your litigation budget at $1.5 million instead of $1.8 million with just efficiencies. Or maybe it's $1.7 million. I don't know what the amount is. I'm just out here pontificating, but my point is that I didn't see any of that done.
His suggestions, right? Williams? Durham?
No, it was Mr. Tepper that talked about the efficiency. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I mentioned that it was a discussion that
Yeah.
that we could have. And I think I commented earlier, a week or so after the last meeting, there was actually a State Farm meeting, where Mr. Durham actually sat on a panel where they discussed a lot of different ways that you can work to try to contain and keep your litigation costs from exploding, because it's not just a problem here in Tarrant, that is a huge problem with the appraisal district statewide.
And the reason where I'm going with this, I'm not trying to pick on just that alone. I want the county in. I want the 4% increase for employees. I mean, I want our people to be taken care of. The benefit aspects of it pretty much fix whatever comes in at. I want them to get increased coverage on maintaining their current level of benefits. So I want all that. I'm like a kid in the candy shop. I want all the candy. Well, we can't use all the candy, so maybe we try to address these other things related to the staffing that Mr. Puente referred to and the reduction in the litigation budget that I've referred to. I'd like to see some help there.
Yes, sir. I don't know if we have a lot of room efficiency-wise to squeeze on the litigation. I mean, what William has done is pretty good. I mean, we're already number 4, fourth cheapest district with litigation due to the volume. We don't have control over how many people sue us. So all we can do is try to resolve them. The staff handle a lot of the communication. We're not relying on the attorneys to handle all the communication for us, because then we just run out more per bill. And so we're handling a lot of it. I just don't know if there's a whole lot of left to squeeze or trim on that litigation without just slashing the values. And it gets us in trouble with property value study.
Is Mr. Durham still in charge of litigation?
And he's over that department. He's
Over that department?
commercial, which litigation is underneath.
So there's another person there because he did an excellent job in that role prior to his leaving, and then coming back as interim executive director and chief appraiser. And the reason why I'm asking that question is somebody has got to be able to tell us there's another way to do things, and it can be more efficient, and it can save. Maybe it's only 100,000. I'm not looking for the 340. Okay, I'm just looking for something so we can get these other items taken care of.
Yes, sir. One last item. So I'm just looking at our financing methods and so our income streams. And I think I noted previously that budget versus actuals last year were significantly different and income streams were significantly higher on some line items than what was budgeted. I would like to understand the historical trend between budget and actual for the last 5 years to understand if we need to adjust those line items as far as budgeted income is concerned, because that will offset that percentage also.
I think I have that back to 2018. I can send y'all.
That's more than adequate.
Any further discussion on our budget workshop? Or do you have any other comment?
No, sir. Motion to close the discussion.
All right, we are now going to recess to executive session pursuant to the following parts of the Texas Meetings Act, Government Code Section 551.076 for the following purpose: deliberation regarding security devices, security software, or security audits. And we will return to pick up from there. We'll also start with a break. So let's get started. Hopefully closer to 5 minutes. Well, again, thank you all for those that hung out and coming back with us. We are returning from our open session, from our executive session. There's one action item, and that is that I want to share with the board that based on all our conversations, there's an obvious need for looking at our IT. We've been doing a great job with it with staff, but I think we need to have a specific committee from this board of directors, or at least led by this board of directors, for that area. And so I'm here to gather any information, any input I'd like to share with you.
Great idea, Alan.
All right, we'll decide that later.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just for input.
You were asking for input.
Yeah, that's good input. Anything else? I'll take that into consideration. Anything else? All right, great. All right. So we're actually going, I want to see if there's a motion to untable item 7C, which was tabled earlier. It's consideration for approval of resolution to adjust limits for the committed funds and or to commit unspent funds to existing committed funds. And we have a document that was been placed at our board, placed at our seats related to that. So would anybody like to untable that motion?
Move to untable.
All right.
To bring it forward.
Okay. Do we need a second on that?
Yeah.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, so that passes. So again, I'm sorry, I'm going to read it twice. Action item 7C, consider approval of the resolution to adjust limits for committed funds and or to commit unspent and unassigned funds to existing committed funds. The staff has made a recommendation. We have a resolution that's associated with that. And so what discussion would y'all like to have on that?
So, Chairman, I'll just kind of go through some of the things that are in this resolution, and it's a modification of CAP, the technology fund and the building maintenance fund to 1.5 million apiece, and then it's some transfer of unassigned funds to the technology fund and the building maintenance fund, and the amounts of $1.3 million to the technology fund, and the remainder of the unassigned reserve going to the building maintenance fund.
I'm sorry, was that a motion?
No, that was discussion.
Okay, all right.
And unless there's any questions or comments about that, I will move to approve this resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, so no question or comments. We have a motion. We have a second. I'm going to repeat what we're doing there. We have resolution 2024-1 for designation of excess funds. And in summary, just repeating what you've already said, we're going to change the cap amount for the technology fund to 1.5 million. And obviously, due to all the cyber issues we've been having, we are incurring incredible expenses I'm going to say, due to the cyber expenses and the lack of former years investment in technology, we're having to catch up with that and go forward and be ahead of it. And so that's where this is not spending the money. It's only saying we're allotting that much money to that if we need it. Same in the building maintenance fund. There's got to be consideration for modification to the building or whatever we do going forward. And so that's the reason we're doing that. And then on the budget thing, the 1.3, we feel that is expenditures that we're going to incur. So we want to move that into that area and then the balance of 1.1 million. So, all right, I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. And that resolution carries. All right, now we're going to go to action item 11. Consider and possible action to purchase or lease of PCs or laptops in consideration moving committed funds to the general fund for the purchase of this item. You want just a brief overview of that.
The district's current PCs and desktops are anywhere up to 15 years old. So due to the age of the equipment, we're recommending that we replace basically all of the equipment all at one time, just to alleviate any concerns of potential hardware issues that could be a vulnerability with other ransomware or just any other particular issues. Normally, we would like to do this in a 1/3 kind of progress stage. We may work for that in the future, but right now, due to the potential risk, we're recommending we replace all the machines.
I'll add a little bit of color. The previous organization missed at least 4 cycles of 3-year updates to hardware. And so the current situation created a significant risk here. And this expenditure will help to resolve a number of those risks that led to all the fun that we've recently seen.
So I'd like to make a motion.
All right, any further discussion? Motion?
I move that we authorize the transfer of an amount not to exceed $20,000 from a committed fund to the general fund for the following action. Authorize the chief appraiser to purchase necessary PCs and/or laptops for a cost not to exceed the $620,000.
How much?
620.
Each one or 620? Both?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second for the motion?
I'll second it.
We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll just, well,
Discussion perspective. As mentioned in the previous item 7C, where we're moving funds to accommodate this particular item as well as future items that we expect. While we are at an issue right now where we are updating everything because of necessity, the intent is to move forward past the next 3 years into a standardized system where we are regularly updating equipment as no more than 1/3 per year moving forward after year 3.
I think I also want to make a statement, although it's not in the motion, I believe it's I would like to see this be a cash purchase. We have the funds available. And so not finance it, not lease it, make it an outright cash purchase. Do I need to ask for amendment to the motion?
No, but I think the way that Ms. Pena made the motion, she committed the full amount of the cost to move it to the general fund.
Okay.
So I think the district
All
has.
right, so it's just a cash.
There's been no authorization to finance it.
Okay, very good. Any further discussion?
You want to make a comment on the saved financing fees?
Yeah, we could do that. So we did look at options, considering leasing or even financing the hardware. In this case, in a 3-year period of time, this board will save $139,000 by not financing it. Again, there tends to be this ideology, things where we got to finance everything, whether it's in commercial, personal, whatever. But in this case, we've got the cash available. It's a matter of moving it around. And why put it off for future board consideration? Let's take the responsibility now. We'll move it over. We don't make that much interest as what it would cost us to fund it. And so it's a savings to this board, to the community, to just do the cash outright, and we're just in a position to do it. All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So moved. Smile, Brian. All right. Item 11B, consider authorizing the chief appraiser to engage in an interlocal agreement with Regional 8 Education Service Center and to allow for TAD's entry into the interlocal purchasing system TIPS for future purchases. Joe.
Yes, sir. All right. We were able to find another purchasing co-op to purchase the phones through. So it's essentially the same phone system, same vendors we looked at before, but this is a different purchasing co-op that does not have the same issues that were addressed at the last meeting. So we believe was concerned with this.
All right. Do I have a motion?
You can make the motion as you want.
I would like to move that we approve the chief appraiser, allowing him to enter into the interlocal agreement with Region 8 Service Center and their cooperative purchasing service known as the Interlocal Purchasing System, TIPS.
Second.
Okay, I do have a discussion on something I forgot to ask. What's the cost to do this?
I don't think there's any cost with joining.
This is my kind of organization.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, that's the only discussion I have. Does anybody else have a discussion item? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody, any opposed? Motion passes. And by the way, I did talk to Rich on this particular item, and he's pleased.
That was done for you, Rich.
Yep. All right, item C, 11C, consider possible action on lease agreement. I'm gonna go ahead and correct that. On a service agreement. Consider possible action on a service agreement for voice over IP phone software hardware for the main TAD office, and consider moving committed funds to the general fund for this action.
So we have found a vendor, Vesta Networks, that is familiar with the prison districts and how we operate on timeframes. We believe this vendor could help integrate with our phone system, help provide other additional benefits and services to customer service and to taxpayers. So this system would completely replace all of our current VoIP systems that are outdated, no longer supported by the current. And this should end up being a roughly between a $10,000 and $30,000 savings compared to what we currently are paying for licenses, machine equipment, everything else.
You got a budget note here by staff. We want to address that.
Yes, sir. For the initial year, committed funds from the CAMA fund, we requested to cover this cost. 2024 budgeted funds cannot be used. For future years, this will be budgeted item presented to the board annually. So right now, we already have spent or basically committed for the current system. So once we get this set up, we'll have an additional cost for the first year. So we'll have to move money to cover that out of the CAMA. Going forward, it wouldn't be an additional cost, it'd actually be a savings.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I have a question, but do we need to do a motion first?
No, yes, sir.
Okay, well, my question is it's $80,000 annually. This is for a service agreement, which I'm assuming does updates and all these kind of things. So we're not stuck with a bunch of obsolete equipment like we currently are.
Yes, sir, it's cloud-based.
Right, okay. And so my question relates to, if we were to purchase it, what would be roughly the annual cost to purchase? Roughly the same?
I don't believe there's an option to purchase this. Basically, the hardware, the phone hardware is basically included with the service agreement. If we used our own existing phone hardware, it wouldn't change the service agreement cost. They provide hardware just because, and it doesn't actually save us any additional funds by using our own existing.
Okay. And actually, I'll make a comment on that. I came back from a meeting a couple of weeks ago with a group of people that are in the same industry. And a lot of my industry that my personal company in does for phone systems. And I really learned from there that the cost of the phones is so inconsequential. They do just, sure, it's covered somehow, but that's not the cost. It's the cost of the cloud, the services, et cetera. And so that's why we corrected it for me and purchased a service agreement, because that's essentially what we're doing. I do want to note that it is a 5-year service agreement. Can you address, or do you know what happens after 5 years if we don't want to go another 80,000?
We'd have to go up, if there's another purchasing co-op, or we'd have to find another system if we didn't want to renew. So we have to find something prior to.
Which most likely in 5 years, the technology would have changed again, because it's not like in the old days where a phone was a phone. It's, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other discussion on it?
I make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I move that we authorize the chief appraiser to seek a service agreement for VoIP phone hardware and software through a 5-year contract through the interlocal purchasing system TIPS cooperative for a cost not to exceed $80,000 annually. TAT staff will make efforts to use budgeted funds in 2024 to pay for these costs. However, the board further authorizes the transfer of up to $80,000 from the CAMA committed fund to the general fund for costs associated with this purchase for the initial year of 2024. So this is about a 2 or 3 part motion in one.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second on that motion? Discussion item. How does this compare to the dollar amount y'all presented us last meeting?
It should be the exact same.
Excellent.
We suspect that cost to actually be a little bit less than this.
Okay. All right.
Just one quick question. My apologies. But with regard to the motion, $80,000 from the CAMA fund, given our new the IT fund, would that be more appropriate?
I don't think, since we moved all the money to the
This was written before that, so it be more appropriate. So I would offer a friendly amendment that instead of coming from CAMA, it comes from the funding we just moved.
Coming from specifically,
Technology fund.
Funds that we
well,
want
the
to-
technology, fund, yeah,
Is that
that's a friendly amendment.
I agree to that.
And how about the second amendment? Do you agree to it?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So you catch that, Julie?
Yes, sir.
All right, any other discussion?
I think we need a vote.
Yeah.
Oh,
Any other discussion? Thank you very much, Alan, for pointing that out. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Brian smile. All right. 11D, consider 2024 budget amendments based on actions taken by the board from today's meeting. Action we would take.
we addressed them.
I think we have.
I think every spending authorization that's been made in this meeting today came with a motion that indicated where the money was coming from. Yes.
We did send a notification to the entities that there will be a budget amendment at our next meeting. So that way they know we're not asking for additional funds. We're just moving money from reserve into the 2024 budget to cover all of this.
Is that just required as a notification? They don't have to vote on it or anything?
They can disapprove, but it's basically just notification, letting them know that we modified the budget from what was originally presented.
Do you put that in the notification, and if you have any objection, you have 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or whatever, or not?
I don't know what was in the notification letter, but and the idea of the notification is twofold. It's one, so that the entities can talk to their appointed members of the board if they have a problem with it, and tell you that you should vote against the amendment. And then 2, if enough of the entities all pass resolutions to reject the budget amendment, it would be rejected. But the entities take no action on it, and then this board.
Okay. Makes sense.
All right. So there's no further action on item D unless the board member so chooses, and I don't think anyone does. All right, so let's go to item 12, which is proposed future agenda items and set the next meeting date. Again, board, if you have something with said or email to Jordan and myself, be glad to see how we can put it on the agenda. Do want to make everyone aware that our next meeting is 8 a.m. Friday, June 14th, which is a published date on our calendar, but it's at the Fort Worth City Council Chambers located at the old City Hall building at 200 Texas Street, Fort Worth, Texas, on the 2nd floor. The reason for that is this room will be converted and it will not be available for a board meeting.
Date change.
Oh,
The 7th.
my goodness. Thank you very much. June 7th. So it is a day change. 8 a.m., June 7th, Old City Hall, and we will post it appropriately. Again, the agenda items to us. Anything further?
Letting parking, where we park.
Yeah.
Is there parking lot?
It says meter parking is available around the building or at the Fourth Convention Center garage located at 1200 Peter Street across from the convention center. I have a feeling we're having to pay for our own parking.
Well, that's fine, but the meter parking's not gonna work. You can't be running out to the meter every hour, or whatever it is.
You think it's gonna be a long meeting?
I hope not. I'm asking the expert.
For the sake of the public, it will also still be live streamed and still be recorded and posted.
So there is the parking at the convention center that is not time constrained in that way. And I'll circle back with the city and see if it's along with Joe Don and maybe Julie to see. I appreciate options there as well.
Yeah, that would be great. Appreciate it. All right.
I do want to appreciate the city for Fort Worth allowing us to use it. They're not charging us for it, and they offered it up. So it's
So Blaylock obviously has a lot.
I also want to go ahead and note before I join the meeting that, Julie, help me out. When do we have the training set? Matthew?
6th of June.
The 6th of June. So we invited whoever the three confirmed new board members. We're gonna have a meeting on 6th of June here at this TAD office at 1:30 in the afternoon for Matthew to conduct board training. So they get that before they actually start. It doesn't require full board meeting for that. I intend to come in order to meet them and get to know them better. And of course, we could have a couple more, but we need to limit well 10 space on before. Then after that, our next meeting will be a special call meeting unless something changes on, I think it's Friday, July 12th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the purpose of that meeting will be to swear in our new board members and make a ceremony of that. I don't intend to have any other items on the agenda other than that.
Forgive me, did we mention next Tuesday? Canvassing?
No, we did not. Thank you for mentioning it. So this coming Tuesday, 4:30 in the afternoon, we will officially canvass the vote that occurred for these three new board members. And so that'll be here in this room.
Yes, sir. And it will also be live streamed and recorded and posted, just like we did the ballot.
And something, according to the state, we only require two board members have to be here, which would be Gloria and myself. And of course, we love any other board members that are able to be here. Should be a short meeting. That's what we timed it at 4:30.
And the July 12th meeting will be also at the Fort Worth City Council.
Yes, yes. But again, that hadn't been published yet, but yes, you're right. So we need to do that. Anything else? Without any further ado, at 1:17, it's not my fault. We will adjourn. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Adjourn.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank y'all. Thank you, staff. Thank you, audience, for hanging with us. I hope the reporters write nice things about us, that kind of thing. So we appreciate y'all. Thank you.